Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Today, we deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
If it's fire damage, Agent Fred Iron. From burnt to unburnt, he does that.
Our history sets us on our path. From the moment we're born, we begin our walk through life. We learn so we can discover. We find our passion and develop our skills. We build relationships. We start thinking about what we're going to leave behind to those we love. Let our legacy help shape yours. First International Bank and Trust. No matter your place in life, we can help you live first.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Let's play 2 more today from Corbett Field. Legacy and Minot High. It's their turn to take the field for a WDA doubleheader of high school baseball on the PSP Network. Getting dark already. Might need to turn on the lights here at Corbett Field. These 2 games, a rematch of last year's West Region Championship game, and 2 teams that are in a good spot to find themselves in that game once again in a very competitive West Region of Class A baseball in North Dakota. Welcome back to the ballpark, everybody. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for these 2 games. Maybe you're just joining us for the first time. Maybe you've stuck it out for now into Game 3, or you're planning on staying around for all 4 today on the PSP Network. We started with a doubleheader between Jamestown and Minot North. It was swept by the Blue Jays, and now you get Legacy and Minot High on the network. Before we break down this game, let's remind you this is the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed to stay in your car. Drive through oil change service. Take about 15 minutes at any of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations in Minot or Bismarck. Find out more of what they can do online at VIOC.com. Let's set the matchup by looking at the WDA standings. There has been a few changes. Jamestown given 2 more wins. They're now 11-5 on the year, tied for first place with the Dickinson Midgets, who are 9-3. Minot and Legacy right there came into the day tied for second. But the Legacy Sabres, they'll tell you a whole different story about how this season has begun, because in reality, the Sabres should be 10-2 in the league and 12-4 overall. It was only a little blip in the rules as to why they have lost 2 extra games this year. They played Century last year and used a player named Drew Beasley, a very good baseball player for Legacy and a very good hockey player as well. He actually had to miss out on a few early season practices because of the hockey season. And Legacy thought they had organized enough counting practices to get him to play. Well, it turns out they hadn't by the rule book. Certain Sundays and over Easter break don't count as regular practices towards your 9 before you are eligible to play. They played against the Patriots and won both games against Century. But a week later, that turned into 2 losses for the Sabres and 2 extra wins for Century. They reversed the results, so Century moves up from 7-7 to 9-5 and actually tied with Legacy. It's all a bunch right there between 2 and 6. Now 1 game back of the leaders, Jamestown and Dickinson. And we still have that bottom half of the league. Bismarck High, a great start to the year. They've kind of just settled there in the middle of the standings, but definitely a team that can strike, especially with their bats and their pitching staff, led by Tate Shaner. Williston at 500 on the year. The Coyotes team looked very good at the early start. Another team led by their pitching at 6-6. And then at the bottom, Minot North dropped to a 3-11 in the league earlier today with 2 losses to Jamestown, Watford City, and St. Mary's round out your 11 in the West. But it's such a competitive West region. Having 2 results like that go opposite of how it actually happened for Legacy, a team that, as they told me earlier today, should be in first. Now we're battling for seeding as we get into the final 3 weeks of the regular season before that tournament begins out in Williston, North Dakota. Those are WDA baseball standings brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto. We have a lot more on the way in the Valvoline Oil Change pregame show, leading you up to about a 4:40 or 4:45 p.m. first pitch between Legacy and Minot High. Should be 2 more good ones later today on the PSP Network. We'll take a look at the keys to the game and the pitching matchup when we return on the PSP Network.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a Trusted Tire and Auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western. You can bank on us.
The nuances of cutting men's hair.
Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here.
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport clips.
the pros in men's hair.
Financial plan or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Little sneak peek right there to the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. We'll get to that in just a second here on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. Stay in your car, drive through oil change service. It's like about 15 minutes at any of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations in Minot or Bismarck. Find out more of what they can do online at VIOC.com. Bringing you the pregame show today as we get set to see Legacy take on Minot High. They met here on the PSP Network as part of the WDA baseball tournament. Their last meeting, and it was a Legacy win in the championship game. The teams went off to the state tournament. They had qualified the day before in the semifinal round. And there's pretty nice showings by the West Region teams there at the state tournament, although it was an East victory in the end. Focusing back on this game, let's get right into those Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. Over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. We will begin with the Legacy Sabres, and that's keep crushing. Their offense has been one of the best in Class A baseball, hitting a collective .318, a team-wide .909 OPS, and get this, 45 team extra base hits out of their 135 total hits. Legacy has been crushing baseballs this spring, and it has led to a lot of victories. They are 12-4 in games they've played, 10-6 when you check the record on the website. Coming into this game against Minot, Sabres, the last couple of games, I mean, you go back to the Century doubleheader, really, that was on the PSP Network. It was a combined 23-7 win for Legacy, 23 runs over 2 games against Century, 23 runs over 2 games against St. Mary's, and then they had a few grinded out wins against Bismarck High, 2 wins by a total of 2 runs, outscoring the Demons 8-6 against that great BHS pitching staff. But Legacy get back to the offense. That's what's going to help today against Minot, a team that needs to keep it consistent. They have had a lot of changes in their lineup, the batting order, a new leadoff hitter coming into this series against Legacy that they've experimented with, and it's worked out pretty well. So now it's on making those changes permanent into the second half of the season. We're talking about Kellen Burke at the leadoff spot. He is always consistent, hitting about 500 on the season so far, playing in every game for the Magi, but it's also the pitching side. They've used a lot of different arms this year, keeping them all healthy, hopefully, for Minot High, and now trying to find who it is that's really going to take them the whole way. Find a good starting pitching option as well for Minot. They have a few of them, so that's time to figure that out as we get into the second half of the season and in what has been a hugely competitive WDA 1-11 this year. Battles each and every Tuesday and Thursday night. Minot High definitely would be willing to take 2 from the Legacy Sabres today and move right on up those WDA standings, brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto. Those are your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. Let's take a look now at who the starting pitchers are for game number 1. Ethan Urlacher will throw for the Legacy Sabres, and it is a Legacy pitching staff that is very good. It's led by Wyke and Heil, but Urlacher right behind him with some very good stats this year. He's making his 4th total start. The previous 5 outings total for Urlacher have totaled 14 1/3 innings, and he's fourth on the team with a 2.93 earned run average for Urlacher, and his strikeout numbers pretty impressive as well. He's struck out 12 to 6 walks on the season. As for Minot High, they will throw in game number 1 Carson Deaver. He was really their ace last year and has come back as a senior and done a lot of the same for Minot High as Deaver, one of those guys that has been used sparingly on the mound through the early part of the season. In fact, we just saw Jamestown use their ace for the first time all year today against Minot North. Definitely an interesting approach, but Deaver, he has been used for a couple of innings this year. Not too many qualifiers stat-wise for Minot High, throwing enough innings, but everybody getting their fair share through the first half of the season. Deaver gets the ball in Game 1 today against Legacy. Time for the national anthem here. That wraps up our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Baseball on the way from Corbett Field. We'll be back with baseball next on the PSP Network.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
It's about time for first pitch here from legendary Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. Meeting the Magi here as they take the field. Carson Deaver on the mound getting the start in game number 1. And let's take a look at his stats here before we get things underway. Carson Deaver making his 4th start, 4th total appearance, as a 1-1 record with an ERA at 1.5. And an ERA calculated over 7 innings. I know a lot of times that can be upgraded to 9, but we play 7-inning games at regulation, so let's set the ERA to that. 19 strikeouts over 14 innings for Deaver. That's second highest on the team. They got a pretty good pitcher as well, and Tegan Strand we might see later on as well. But Deaver gets the ball in game number 1, and that 1-1 record. He's been used in 3 starts so far for Minot High on a pretty routine schedule, getting some rest early in the year and some shorter outings as well from Deaver. I'd expect him to go, if he can make it 7, Minot High would take it today against a Legacy batting order that is good 1 through 9. Jack Jolson, Isaac Lewis, Drew Beasley at the top. Riker Zietz, Carter Pearson, Cooper Miller in the middle, Cooper Johnson, Harrison Johnson, and Nate Heil round out the starting 9 for head coach Eddie Streeter, the defending WDA champion Legacy Sabres, will come up to bat in the top of the first inning in their road all-black uniforms. Gold numbers and letters, gold trim, Minot High in the home whites with the that old Houston Astros look. The maroon and gold striping on the jerseys, maroon and gold caps, and white pants. Meanwhile, the defense for Minot in game number 1. Kellen Burke will do the catching as most always. Over at first base, they will have Hiram Maples playing at second. In game 1 for the Magi will be Drew Jordan. The shortstop, Trey Stewart, Tegan Schindler at third, left to right in the outfield, Aiden Deal, Easton Panasuk, and Campbell Miller for Minot, who come into this game at 12-5 overall on the year. Legacy at 10-6. Those 2 vacated wins turned into losses, though, in last week's action against Century. Legacy coming off of a sweep of Bismarck High earlier in the week. Minot High had Tuesday off. Ready with the first pitch is Deaver to Jack Jolson. It is in the turf for ball 1, but we are underway with WDA Baseball on the PSP Network. 4:38 p.m. first pitch. A little bit behind schedule or a little bit ahead of schedule. Whatever it is, meeting right in the sweet spot. There, Deaver hits the zone, picks up a strike, and the count is even. Jack Jolson batting leadoff for Bismarck Legacy. Shouldn't say Bismarck High. Carries in a .238 batting average, but an .822 OPS for Jolson. He has 5 extra base hits out of his season total of 10. Ground ball to short, and a strong throw over from Trey Stewart to get the first out of the inning. 2 teams that you're going to see them pitch really well and hit really well, and something's got to give today. I'm not sure what it's going to be, and we said in our keys to the game that for Legacy, continue crushing. Not many teams have been able to crush the baseball against Carson Deaver over the last 2 seasons. The top pitchers in the West last year and working on another great season so far in 2025. I mentioned that earned run average over 7 innings for number 7 at 1.5. How many ball games you're going to win scoring a run and a half a game against the other team's starting pitcher? Now, it has been some bullpen issues at times for Minot High. Those shorter inning guys have given up a high volume of base runners, have turned into runs for Minot High's early season losses, but things seem to be getting ironed out. Swinging strike 2 as Isaac Lewis is hitting now for the Sabres. Ducks out of the way of ball 2. Seems the rain has started again here in Minot. Very light rain we had at times, maybe like 5-minute intervals during our earlier doubleheader, but it seems to be back as the clouds roll in. That's a swinging strike 3, first K of the day for Deaver and the Magi. So here is Drew Beasley. And you don't want to point fingers, but it was Drew Beasley who did not have the amount of practices or official practices necessary. It's a line drive scooped up by Stewart at short, but the throw goes through the glove of Maples. It was such a nice defensive play by Stewart to pick up that short hop. But then the ball just went right through Hiram Maples' men at first base. And Beasley will reach on an error. Beasley came back to Bismarck from spending a winter in the NAHL, junior hockey out in Minnesota. Came back just a little bit late from that season and started practicing baseball, and they thought they had enough practices for him, but not enough. He is a good player the Sabres are welcoming back. 1 ball and no strike to Riker Zietz. Rain starting to fall a little bit harder now as we move into this first inning. It's more evident on your screen right there from that outfield camera than it is from up here in the press box. Almost doesn't even look like raindrops are falling from way up here. Foul ball down the third base line. Riker Zietz He's playing for Bismarck Legacy, but he had some parents playing for Minot High, part of a state championship winning team for the Magicians back in the day. But Riker, he dons the black and gold of Bismarck Legacy. Deaver pitching with 2 strikes and 2 outs, a runner at first. Trying to leave him there. Reaching out as Zeitz fends it off. Count stays the same, ball and 2 strikes. Foul ball be caught by the netting over the entryway here at Corbett Field. Very nice crowd in attendance for this evening ball game. A bit better start time for work schedules than 11 a.m. Foul tip caught by Burke. Went way out of the zone, did Deaver, and gets the strikeout. 2 in the inning for him. Minot High coming to bat in a scoreless game when we return. High school baseball on the PSP Network.
Exceptional welders, carpenters, assembly technicians, and coating technicians. If you're right for Sun, Sun is right for you. Since 1939, we've been making quality equipment and parts for the oil field and beyond. We're world-class, family-owned, and all-American. And as our business grows, we need to grow our team in Newburgh, North Dakota. Sund Manufacturing offers great pay, great benefits, and a great community to raise a family. Apply today.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
Ethan Urlacher throwing for Legacy in game number 1. Mentioned a few of his stats earlier on, making his 4th start, 6 total pitching appearance, and ERA at 2.93 over 14 1/3 innings. For Urlacher, it's his first pitching appearance since just a few days ago. 2 days ago on Tuesday, he hit on that game. Pitched a week ago against St. Mary's, 5 innings, got the win against the Saints. A 4-hit shutout, striking out 7 in the ball game. And his last 2 starts kind of up and down. He was dealt the loss in a close game against Williston. A 3-1 pitcher's duel against the Coyotes, but then of course got the win against St. Mary's. The Minot High batting order is led off by Kellen Burke. He'd been batting in the top of the order, the top third that is, for the start of the season. Expected him to bat really 2nd or 3rd throughout the entire year. But over the past week has moved into the leadoff spot for Minot High and just continues to hit very well. I mean, the stats, the numbers, they speak for themselves for this kid. Junior college baseball commit. Sits on the pitch from Urlacher. Flies this out to right center, just keeps on carrying, and it's going to get down. Burke sprinting around second base. He is thinking 3, and he will get there. A leadoff triple in the first for Kellen Burke before we can even get to the eye-popping stats. He's already at third base. Rest of the order for Minot High: Easton Panasuk, Carson Deaver, Aiden Deal, Oliver DeShaw, Hiram Maples, Campbell Miller, Tegan Schindler, Trey Stewart. I'll just have to wait for those stats until the next time Burke's at bat, huh? Leadoff triple in the bottom of the first, and now Panasuk. He had been in the leadoff position, got moved down, not because of poor performance. Panasuk still hitting .306 through 16 games, but just a different look. Early in the season, why not change some things? Swing and miss, and it's 0-2. Urlacher working ahead right away. Get you that Legacy defense here in just a moment as Urlacher starts ahead with 2 straight strikes to the center fielder Panasuk. Corner infielder's in. Panasuk will hit this on the ground right side. And playing it on the second hop right there was Drew Beasley. Gets the out, but Minot High will get a run. They're on the BMC National Bank scoreboard first. It's 1-0. RBI ground out by Easton Panasuk. Does a job. Legacy defense for game one today. Cooper Johnson is the catcher. Riker Zietz at first. Beasley is at second. He just made the play. Harrison Johnson at short. Third base, Cooper Miller left to right in the outfield. Isaac Lewis, Jack Juleson, and Nate Heil. Ground ball right back to that right side. And it's Deaver, the pitcher, with a one-out hit. So Minot High, just as the bases get cleared, one pitch later, and they're already on to Erlacher again. One nothing Minot in the first inning, and now it's the DH. Sorry, that's the next batter. The left fielder, Aiden Deal. This is low for ball one. Deal starting most games for Minot High. He's also appeared as a pinch runner in plenty. On base at 487 mark through 11 games played. 1-0 from Erlacher. Deaver will take off. Swinging a foul ball will send Deaver back to first base. Nice catch in the on-deck circle by Oliver DeShaw. Looking to get a chance to hit. The only reason he wouldn't is if Legacy's middle infield, or infield in general, can turn two and get out of this first inning with just one across for the Magi. And Deal brings that bat way back behind his shoulder. Before looking at ball two. The thing you'll notice about Minot High, one of the first things I did watching this team, is the amount of difference they have in their lineup. It goes right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, all the way through. You don't see too many teams with enough left-handed bats in North Dakota. It's an odd thing. It shouldn't really matter, but you see it, most teams, they'll send 8 righties up to the plate. Minot High, not so much. Pickoff move to Deaver at first. He is a base-stealing threat. Erlacher comes home with a 2-1. Catches the outside part of the plate and evens the count once again. Deaver 6 stolen bases. Deal at the plate. He's swiped 8. That's tied for the team lead. I saw a great base running Jamestown team earlier today. Definitely a area of the game you can separate yourselves from others. That's what Jamestown did in game 2, getting out to a 7-0 lead. Another unsuccessful pickoff move to first. Erlacher will come back in a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Quite a few looks over to first base. Called strike 3. First K of the day for Ethan Erlacher. And there's 2 gone in the bottom of the first inning. Bring up to the plate, Oliver DeShaw. DeShaw DHing in game 1. Oftentimes he will be the catcher when Kellen Burke is occupying another position. But DeShaw, he's hit the ball so well in those games that he's played, which is about half of them at the early part of the year, that got to find a spot for him in the lineup. So he'll be DHing for Drew Jordan. Jordan, defense only, playing second base, and looks like just now with 2 outs and another pickoff move to first, Minot will decide to bring in a courtesy runner for the pitcher, Carson Deaver. That'll be Hayden Bach. Now the first pitch to DeShaw gets behind the catcher to the backstop, and Bach will take second base. Cooper Johnson couldn't keep it in front. Runner in scoring position now for Minot. DeShaw may be looking here for RBI number 11. number 11. The pitch. Missing outside. Has been a bit of an outside zone to left-handed hitters early on today. Not there. Shaw, the only freshman on the varsity roster for Minot High. Put right into the fire. Outside again. And now the rain picks up its intensity. It will take a lot, I would have to assume, to delay this game. Probably even take lightning. Umpiring crew in game 3 out of 4 today. Just trying to keep things moving along. Still in the first inning, though, of our third game of the day. It's a 4-pitch walk to Shaw. Forced out everywhere for the Legacy defense. I guess that's a positive you can take from it, but more pitches needed here in the first inning for Erlacher, and already 1 run in. And now a first plate appearance for Hiram Maples. Inside, ball 1. Maples swinging away 1-0, lines that one into the street. Erlacher steps off the mound, off the rubber. Box score says just 17 pitches. I don't know why. I feel like there maybe would have been more for Erlacher here in this inning, but the box score would be more right than I am. That's pitch number 18 in the first inning for the right-hander. Two balls, 1 strike on Hiram Maples, the first baseman. Pitch, foul tip, held on to by Johnson, and now Erlacher 1 strike away. Very large Legacy Sabres fan contingency here in Minot. Very supportive fan base. They'll be everywhere, from Williston to Jamestown and even up north in Minot. Off the plate, no chase from Maples. Bach, the courtesy runner at second. DeShaw, after the walk, is at first. 2 outs, 1 run already into the first inning for Minot. They take the early lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, 1-0. Hoping that it doesn't end right there. Be up to Maples, the payoff. Driven into, no, stolen there by Beasley at second base. Looked like it was destined to drop in right and score another Minot run. Instead, Beasley slides over, makes the catch on the line drive, and we're through 1 complete inning from Corbett Field. 1-0 Magicians on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck, because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Well, it's a bring your umbrella to the ball game kind of day here in Minot, as the rain, as strong as it's been all day. Now in our third game of the afternoon, evening, started out really in the morning. Went on the air at 10:30 a.m. and now about halfway through our baseball coverage. And the weather playing a factor now. It hasn't been too much of an issue. It hasn't seemed like it a whole lot. These pitchers, Deaver had to pitch in the rain a bit in the top of the first inning, now back out there in the second. Pitch barely misses the arm of Carter Pearson. DH batting 5th for the Sabres today. 2-0 in the zone, and Deaver picks up a strike. Quickly back home. Another miss. The Pearson, Miller, and then the first Johnson, Cooper Johnson, due up. In hopes to bring up Harrison Johnson. Cole, no, just in. Close miss there by Carson Deaver. Leadoff batter is aboard for the Sabres in the second inning. An early deficit, just 1 run, but helps to make up the difference now rather than try and put something together in the 7th inning. The pitch to Miller. Called a strike. Cooper Miller had a multi-hit game to begin the doubleheader against Bismarck High. Went 2 for 3 against the Demons in that 1-run win. Both wins by 1 run each for the Sabres. Loud foul ball. Got a lot of it. Just didn't have the timing. For Miller, it was his second multi-hit game of the year. Had a 3-hit game against Williston way back on April 17th. Swing and miss. Deaver, the breaking ball. The bottom floor fell out there. 1 on, 1 out following the punch out. Cooper Johnson. So you got Cooper's hitting back-to-back, and that also starts Johnson's hitting back-to-back. Another swing and miss. Now 2 strikes on Johnson. Beaver trying to work around that leadoff walk. Pearson getting an extra step over at first. Froze him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Deaver. Force out at first or second, looking to get out of this second inning and get back in the wide open dugout and out of the rain as much as you can. The Sabres have cleared out their bat bags from hanging on the fence. They're all underneath what small roof there is over the dugout. So one time these dugouts aren't cool. In a downpour rain, which I would classify this as. Again, it looks a lot different on your camera and on your computer screen than it does from my angle here. It's not really sheets of rain, but just about. Foul ball and a strike to Harrison Johnson. Four strikeouts already for Deaver. Gets a ground ball to short. Stewart goes to second with it, and that's the inning. Through an inning and a half from Corbett Field, Minot 1, Legacy nothing remains your score. A return with the bottom of the second after this commercial break.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
We can tackle it. Dig it up, backhoe service. Site preparation, demolition, road building and grade raises, culvert installation, directional drilling, and every kind of dig. No job too big or too small. It's Dig It Up Backhoe Service. Find them online, digitupbackhoe.com, or call 701-722-3315. It's Dig It Up Backhoe.
Well, we were scheduled to have 3 broadcasts on the PSP network today. It looks like that softball matchup from Bismarck didn't make it on the air today, and I'm wondering if there was some weather down there in the capital city. Oh, now I don't know why the schedule says it's a Legacy at Minot, but that's probably a reason why. Oh, well, we'll check on that, keep you updated, but no softball on the PSP network today, it looks like. Minot was supposed to play in Bismarck. A key WDA softball matchup. The Jets ranked #1 in the state by the coaches, but don't happen to be in sole possession, really, of first place in the West. It is a battle on the softball side as well. Those Williston Coyotes making a good mid-season push. No balls in, 2 strikes from Erlacher to the leadoff batter in the second for Minot, Campbell Miller. Pitch blocked by Cooper Johnson. Nobody really on base, doesn't matter. Just one of those kind of internal plays as a catcher. Just got to make them. Just missing low. Erlacher have to bring it up a little bit, but then you run the risk of giving Minot too good of a pitch. That one looked pretty nice. Waiting was Miller, but still just a little bit ahead. Tings to the bat, foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Looks like that softball game at least hasn't shown up as postponed. Some other games across the WDA did have to be moved. Another breaking pitch by Erlacher. This time gets Miller swinging. There's 1 out in the bottom of the second inning for Tegan Schindler. It'll be the bottom third due up for Minot here in the second. Miller, Schindler, and Stewart. Kellen Burke led off the first inning with a triple. Came in to score on an RBI ground out by Easton Panasuk. Minot still left 2 runners on base in the first inning. Kept the lead, though, 1-0. Ball to Schindler. Tegan Schindler, he's turned into one of the top pitching options for Minot High, but when he's not on the mound, has been playing a good third base. 14 games played, 6 driven in. He wants to see a hit fall, though. 5 for 33 at the plate this year. Midway point, maybe turn that way up. All 3. It has been a tight zone here for Erlacher. Been right around, just not in it. Fouled back. Full count on Schindler. That pitch count went way above 20 for Erlacher in the first inning, and now a full count here against Schindler. Pretty long at bat to begin with against Campbell Miller, and even if it would be a 1-2-3 inning, not as simple and quick as Erlacher would have wanted it. Fly ball. This is also going to get out of play. Count full. Erlacher comes home. That will be ball 4. A 1-out walk, and Schindler's on. Seems like a few of the legacy coaches asking where it was eventually. One plate umpire says it was just a little bit in. Well, Trey Stewart's already impressed with the defense in the first 2 innings. Now comes up for his first at bat. Made a nice short hop pick or second base in the first inning, but the throw went a little bit high. Ended up going down as an error, but just fielding that ball, definitely a highlight play. And made a stop to end the second inning on a fielder's choice. Urlacher turns back to first base. Another pickoff just a little bit late. The sound of wind and rain here in the Corbett Field grandstand early on in the first game of the day. Not a high intensity situation, it seems, but still an important one here for the Sabres and really on Urlacher. He's be out there, wet baseball, basically his entire outing. And has gotten into a lot of long at-bats. He's been right around the strike zone, especially in the second inning. These can feel like taking a while, especially when you think you're hitting the zone, but just haven't. Especially that walk to Schindler. There was probably three of those balls could have gone either way. 2-1 the count now as he focuses back at Stewart. Runner goes. Stewart down the left field line and foul. It's the warning track dirt that's turned to mud in most places already. That's the only natural surface part of Corbett Field, and it's one of the reasons why we're going to be able to play on this for a lot longer than usual, because of better drainage than a regular dirt infield where the water just kind of puddles up. Tell you about some Class B fields where we'd be way off right now. This would be postponed. Ground ball to second base. Yeah, another play made by Beasley. Quite a few his way through the early part of this game. Ground out to second, advances the runner to second. Scoring position with 2 outs for the top of the order, Kellen Burke. Just how Minot would have drawn it up. Bring up the top of the order already in the second inning. And Legacy has already intentionally walked Kellen Burke. They saw him one time, he hit a triple, and they're done with him. Oh, yeah, we still can't get to the numbers on Kellen Burke. He's got to have a long at-bat before we get into conversation about that. So one pitch, he triples in the first inning and then doesn't even see one in his second plate appearance. Now Panasuk will bunt, and then it was caught. I don't know what really happened there. A throw goes wild to third base. Runner coming home. Now Burke to third. He is pointing, still pointing. Safe. There we go. Panasuk tried to bunt. I don't think it hit the bat. And it was caught by Cooper Johnson. The runners took off thinking a bunt was coming. The throw went wild into left field, so that scores Schindler. And from second base, the error against the Sabres makes it 2-0. Burke advances to third, and we'll get courtesy ran for. I'll tell you about who that is here in just a second. As Panasuk now batting in a whole new situation. Instead of first and second, 2 outs, he just got a runner at third. Still 2 out, but now a 2-0 lead. The 0-1 from Urlacher. Driven past the diving first baseman Zietz. Will score the courtesy runner who, while still being picked up out in right field, it's going to be a triple for Easton Panasuk. Easton Twite was the courtesy runner. That's what I was trying to figure out. And a rarity. Runner at third. They're going to trade places on the bases. RBI triple for Easton Panasuk. Makes it 3-0 Minot on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. That's why they'll make managing your money easy. Locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Find them online at bnc.bank. First pitch to Carson Deaver, picked out of the turf by Cooper Johnson. Panasuk at third, still 2 outs, 2 runs in for the Magi in the bottom of the second inning. Helping out their pitcher Deaver, and now a chance to help himself. Two-0 swinging. Deaver's going to lift this one into foul ground and into the grills, which I believe have been turned off by now. No more hot dogs for a bit. Oh, that looks pretty. There you go. I have to take that camera down. I don't know. We got some concerns. You don't want that camera out in the water for too long, but we got a show to put on up here. Can't leave the booth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and we're going to give that up. And reaching out, just trying to protect. Another foul ball for any of those brave kids. I mean, they're just being kids. It's rain. Everybody likes rain, like Luke Bryan used to say. Yet another 2-2 pitch. High level. Payoff pitch. Urlacher shakes off the catcher once. Now gets the sign. Comes set in the stretch. Panasuk at third. Deals. And Deaver up the middle. A base hit. Scores another run. Way to battle up there at the plate. Saw a lot of pitches that were close. And got the best one and sent it right back up the middle. A 3-run second inning for Minot High. And still a chance to add to it. Courtesy runner Hayden Bach coming back in the game for Deaver as it's Carson's second time on the bases. So Aiden Deal will get to hit with 2 outs. Ball to the backstop. It's going to move Bach to second base. And the command, whether it's because of a wet ball or something else, now we have no dry baseballs. I'll open up a new box. They quite literally might have to open a new box. They don't have any baseballs ready to go here for Urlacher. Get some time here, and Legacy's going to send out a relief pitcher to their bullpen as Urlacher has struggled to make it through 2 innings. A few well-hit baseballs by Minot High. That last RBI single by Deaver. You also have the 2 triples. Burke in the first inning, Panasuk here in the second. Few walks in between them all have put extra runners on the bases, and Minot High leads 4-0. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs, a 1-0 count. Erlacher now pitching to Aiden Deal. We've got some good baseballs, and we resume play. Bach, the courtesy runner at second. Long wait by Erlacher, now steps off. I'm telling you, Class B fields, they do not have turf. This game would be called by now. It's been raining consistently for the last half hour. Had puddles over at third and puddles behind second base. And a horribly messed up landing spot on the pitching mound. Not the case here at Corbett. Erlacher again steps off. By the way, that was, I did see a number run down to the bullpen. There's a pitch to the backstop. Advances Bach. That's 2 wild pitches that he advances on. And now a mound visit by Coach Streeter. It was Riley Gabbert that got warming up for Legacy. He just started throwing in the pen, so I don't think they're going to make a change right now, but definitely time for a conversation as Erlacher has been struggling. Now what you can do about the rain. Can't put in a shift for that, but obviously right here it's more of a mental thing for Erlacher at this point, as he just hasn't seen many pitches go in the strike zone, and when he has, they've been ripped down the line for extra bases. Pitching in a 3-0 count right now to Aiden Deal. By the way, today's broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trust name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory online at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Speaking of Williston, we'll see them on Monday as they come to Corbett Field for a doubleheader against Minot North. First pitch at 4:30, pregame show at 4. Brought to you by Valvoline and Oil Change. 3-0 pitch. They'll pick up a strike. Erlacher right back to work. Longer mound visit there allowed, and more time in the bullpen for Gabbert. The 3-1. Low part of the zone. Deal thought that was ball 4. He'll just have to get back in the box here with a full count, 2 out, bottom of the second inning. 4-0 Minot on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 3 of those 4 runs have scored this inning. That will be ball 4. I'll bring up Oliver DeShaw. He's the 8th batter of the inning for Minot. Miller, Schindler, Stewart, Burke, Panasuk, Deaver, and that was Deal that got on. 53 pitches for Erlacher through an inning and 2/3. Second inning being the longest. Johnson blocked it, didn't go to the backstop, so Bach will stay at third, but Deal advances to second base. Trying out something new on the BNC National Bank scoreboard today. Light up the bases. As they get there, it has been mostly right. And it's 100% my fault if it's wrong. DeShaw really got those hips around on an inside pitch. And at times as a freshman getting to play, obviously a lot different when you're talking about a freshman playing varsity baseball in the WDA than a freshman playing anywhere else in North Dakota, where it's kind of just, are you there for speed, just trying to put bat on ball? But DeShaw seems to be a very good hitter, like very good at picking up pitches, very advanced for being a freshman, which is why he's one of the only ones. It's pretty rare to see someone be that skilled at turning on an inside pitch like he is, opening up that quick. 2-ball, 1-strike count from Erlacher to DeShaw. Urlacher taking some time here. Deshaw will hit this in the air into foul territory and running out of room as it bounces into the bullpen. There was the left fielder Isaac Lewis. So 2 strikes on Deshaw. Gabbert still warming up in the Legacy bullpen. You got to think this might be the last batter for Urlacher. And even if this is the end of the inning, as he's closing in on 60 pitches through 2 innings. 4 runs across, the pitch. Deshaun jumps out of the way. That one was headed for his hip. But nice vertical jump. Wants to hit, not get hit. Call up a payoff pitch here from Urlacher. Outside. They will let Urlacher face Hiram Maples. This is the 9th batter of the inning. And Urlacher in the first inning was able to get Maples out. It was looking like an RBI for Maples. A line drive to second caught by Beasley to end the first inning. But now Maples back up with 2 outs and the base is juiced. Urlacher starts with a strike, comes back with a breaking ball, dots the zone, and working ahead 0-2. This will be a big confidence pitch right here for Urlacher. Just sit down this inning, leave them loaded, and move on to the third. It's been a rough second for Urlacher. 3 runs in and 3 still out there. Maples swings and misses. A strikeout to end the inning. 4-0 Minot. They leave them loaded in the second inning, but extend the lead. Back with more baseball on the PSB Network after this commercial break.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to their original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride.
Following the final hour of the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Shots Crossroads is your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Get filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. Still a ways to go till then. Just beginning the third inning. Minot with a 4-0 lead over the visiting Legacy Sabres. A very key WDA baseball matchup today. 2 games. Both count towards the standing. Foul ball to the backstop. For strike one, as Carson Deaver faces the number 9 batter, Nate Heil, to begin the third inning for Legacy. The 9-1-2 duo. Swing and miss. 1 and 2 strikes. Outer part, not going to get the call there. Deaver back with the 2-2. Missing high, a full count. Minot and Legacy, they faced off earlier in the year in a non-conference doubleheader on April 10th from Bismarck. It was 2 Minot wins, 6-2 in game 1, 10-2 in game 2. The pitch fouled off. Game 1, Minot would start the scoring in the second inning, went out to a 3-0 lead by the third, and closed it out. It was Urlacher that pitched that game for Legacy. Gave up 1 earned run over 2 innings. It's kind of one of those games where it doesn't count towards the standings, so don't show everything you have as a pitcher. But Urlacher did throw in that earlier game, and it was kind of a bullpen game of sorts. In the second, that Minot won 10-2 over 7 innings. Payoff pitch called, strike 3. Deaver finds the corner of the zone. That is his 5th K of the day for Minot High starter Carson Deaver. Strikes out 5 of the first 9 batters, does Deaver today. Only 1 has reached base. Sorry, 2 have reached base, an error and a walk, no hits. Called strike to Jack Jolson. Since that doubleheader loss to Minot for Legacy, and games they've actually played are 10-1. 2 of those wins got turned into losses later on, but the Legacy Sabres, they are hot right now. Coming into Minot, and although they've given up 4 runs in the early innings, in no way is this game close to being over. That's a 1-out walk. Maybe to kick things off in the 3rd inning for Legacy, as it's the 2nd time around against Deaver, and Jolson gets the base on balls. Isaac Lewis struck out his first time up. Turn and throw to first base. Will not get Jolson. Eight stolen bases for Jolson. Reason to have an eye over there. Getting a rather large lead. Say a large lead here at Corbett Field. You see that wide view camera again. Maybe can figure out where that new added piece of turf is on the first base line, but it's kind of where that, that curved shape cuts into the infield green. You kind of get to there. That's a regular lead. Jolson is secondary. He gets fully across that cutout quarter circle. Here's a better look at it. You can see that a different colored piece of turf installed before the spring season began. Is some small renovations to Corbett Field's playing surface. A long drive, but well foul. And the ball all the way down in the corner of the cement wall here in Corbett Field. It surrounds the whole area. Two balls, 2 strikes to Isaac Lewis. Beasley waiting on deck. Looking to get a shot here in the 3rd inning. He had a hard hit ground ball up the middle. It got stopped but reached base on a throwing error. Lewis, on the other hand, trying to put one in play after a first inning strikeout. The 2-2. Inside, runner goes. Low throw by Burke, and Jolson is safely into second base. Not only do you slide an extra few feet here on the turf at Corbett Field under dry conditions, wet turf and the base, Jolson had to make sure he stopped there and actually I think used the second baseman to slow him down, sliding right into his leg. Full count. And another foul ball by Lewis. Not going anywhere right now. Staying in the box. Pop-up. Will it stay fair? Will it go foul? The answer will be fair. And the next question, will it be caught? And it is. Campbell Miller makes the catch. Isaac Lewis claps his hands as he gets all the way to second base. He was hitting the air so high. Had enough hang time. But is caught. 2 down in the inning. Drew Beasley will bat with a runner in scoring position. And you're thinking Legacy right here. 1 out runner in scoring position. And a run would be of high importance right now for the Sabres. Don't want to let this, albeit kind of small, opportunity go to waste in a 4-0 game, especially with some interesting pitching decisions having to be made by the Sabres. Looks like Gabbert has continued throwing a bit, not as hard as he was earlier. Pitch blocked by Burke. Ball and a strike on Beasley. Hit foul, pulled down the first base line. Juleson running on contact with 2 outs. He's going to be determined on scoring on anything that gets through the infield, and I wouldn't be shocked if, even if it does roll right to Miller, they're going to send him. Legacy kind of turn up the aggression here in the 3rd inning. A swing and miss, a drop 3rd strike. And Beasley will run right into the tag. A strikeout ends the inning, 6 of them for Carson Deaver over the course of 3 innings on the mound. The shutout still intact. Legacy leaves a runner on the bases. It's 4-0 on the PNC National Bank scoreboard on the PSP Network from Minot.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged, the stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
I'm glad you could join us today on the PSP Network, whether it's for 1 game, 2 games, or all 4. Thank you for being here today, catching some high school baseball on the PSP Network. We do have a Serve Pro pitching change for the Legacy Sabres heading into the bottom of the 3rd. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. And the new pitcher into the ball game for Legacy. I see they have multiple 17s on their stat sheet. Today, number 17 is Aiden Rykoski. So I did mention the wrong one that went to the bullpen. But Rykoski will come in to pitch the 3rd for Legacy. And on the season for him, he has pitched in 2 games, totaling 5 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. So looking to get that control back a little bit here against Minot High as he replaces Ethan Urlacher, who also had a problem with control a little bit through those first 2 innings, racking up the pitch count and also the Minot High runs. Rajkowski starts with ball one to Campbell Miller, leading off the third just like he did the second. Foul ball off of himself. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rajkowski pitched against Century last week on the PSP network and pitched well. Inning and a third, allowing nothing at all. Now, the one game that kind of blew up the stats, at least for a reliever, was his season debut, which was against Minot High. Went 3 2/3 of relief, 4 hits, 4 runs. Basically all of his stats we just ran through were in that game against Minot. A 6-2 loss, game 1. Rajkowski hits the zone there, and that is strike 3 called. One away in the bottom of the third inning. Nice start to the relief appearance for Rajkowski. We have seen relievers be pretty successful in the amount of baseball we've seen today, especially the first game. So important. They got long relief outings. Did Jamestown and Minot North, and ended up deciding the game. Both got the win and losing decision. First pitch strike to Tegan Schindler. Sits on a pitch, grounds it up the middle, out of the reach of the shortstop Johnson. Harrison Johnson, that is. So 1 out single. And Minot High again has some traffic. Stewart on the first pitch. That's in the left center on a line. Schindler up 1 base. First and second, top of the order, Kellen Burke. All right, come on. We will talk about his stats finally, unless Legacy decides to intentionally walk him again. I think it was mainly just to get the force out back in the second inning after hitting a triple in the first. Kellen Burke through 16 games, hitting .519. 28 hits and 15 for extra bases. And he is hit by the pitch, and surprisingly, of all stats, hit by pitches seem extraordinarily high for a guy with a .519 average and 1630 OPS over 16 games. He has been plunked by 6 pitches this year. It seems to be, you check the box score, Burke got hit by a pitch. It's kind of like an intentional walk. So the bases are now loaded with 1 out for Easton Panasuk. Burke has only seen 2 pitches today, and he's been on base 3 times. Schindler at third, Stewart at second, Burke at first for Easton Panasuk. A hockey player in the winter. Like hockey and baseball, the only thing they go hand in hand with is they take a while. Hockey is so constant, fast pace, aggressive. You're probably going to get hit or hit somebody else. And baseball, it's just this slow sport. We play out in the rain. There's this thing called a walk instead of skate as fast and as strong as you can, but there's got to be some sort of correlation to something. Hitting, it's totally different. Trying to hit a baseball and shoot a puck. 4-pitch walk to Panasuk, and that brings in a run. It's 5-0 Minot on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Schindler comes across home plate, and now Carson Deaver, a third at bat of the game. He's already been on base twice. So Rajkowski now having some trouble locating. hit Burke on the first pitch and then throws 4 in a row out of the zone to Panasuk. First one to Deaver, misses outside, and I think part of that was that Cooper Johnson, he just kind of slipped, fell down, and that was what kind of deceived the home plate umpire on that pitch. And it was also a little bit outside. Good enough one to hit there for Deaver. He's been attacking that outside on the edge fastball when Urlacher was throwing. Hit them all foul and eventually brought one closer towards the middle of the plate and sent it right back up the middle for a base hit in the second inning. Stewart a running lead at third base. Rajkowski caught a little bit off guard. Nobody holding him on at third, so I guess just try and get in the pitcher's head with that one. Everybody getting large leads here. Another foul ball, 2 strikes on Deaver. 1 out, bottom of the third, 5-0 Minot on the PNC National Bank scoreboard. Locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, also available online at pnc.bank. The pitch. Chopped to short. Could be 2. Underhand flip to second for 1. On to first. Not in time. Deaver runs out the double play ball. So that run will count. Burke goes to third. A little bit of toying with the pitcher there was Deaver. 6-0 Minot High, and Hayden Bach, I'm going to say his name a lot today. Well, thanks to Deaver reaching base 3 times, Bach has got the courtesy run 3 times. You know, courtesy runners, they've got a 1,000 on base percentage. Runners on the corners, 2 outs for Aiden Deal. Minot not satisfied with just a 6-run lead here in the third. Looking for more, especially with runners in scoring position. Deal flies us out to center field, and Jolson will make the catch. Right to him. That's the 3rd out. Minot adds 2 more runs to their lead. We've played 3. It's 6-0 Minot from Corbett.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
There's this pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first, one step at a time.
Today's broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Planet Pizza. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order. There's no pizza like it. Try the Blue Buffalo or plain cheese. I could really go for some Planet Pizza here in Game 3 of 4 in the booth. Like I've said before, during the first doubleheader, it's nothing new. Got the WDA tournaments coming up. Got to broadcast 4 games in one day. Does drag on a little bit, but it's baseball. There's no problem with that. Minot North baseball players were telling me before the first game it's a beautiful day to play baseball. And they weren't joking. Those first 2 games, it was pretty good. Not too much wind to chill everything, and obviously not much rain, but they got to play in the good stuff today. Minot High and Legacy battling through the rain, constant since really first pitch. Fly out to Panasuk in center field. 1 pitch and an out. Fourth inning has begun. Yeah, I told you I'd mess up the bases. One out for Carter Pearson. One to Pearson off the plate. Deaver hasn't allowed a run through 3 innings, and he's gotten 6 runs of support. Pretty good formula there. ERA keeps on going down. Came into today at 1.5. Line drive right to the shortstop, Trey Stewart. They take one little shuffle over to the left, glove side. I like that even in the overcast weather, the rain, he still has the sunglasses. I actually see that most of the Minot magicians have their sunglasses still on the hats. I don't think they're going to need them. Well, now here comes some sun. It's a baseball look. Swing and miss by Cooper Miller. Ball and a strike. Keeping up with the Twins today. They had some more rain delays. Had a really fun rain delay yesterday, I believe it was, against the Guardians. 3-hour plus rain delay. Got started about 9 p.m. local out there in Cleveland. Obviously didn't end very well for the Twins. And again, today supposed to have a noon start. More weather impacting their contest against their AL Central rival. And for the second time in a 4-game series, it looks like they've been walked off. So I'm going to spoil it for you folks. Two and two the count to Miller. The pitch, ground in fair territory to third. Schindler, what a strong throw there. Circled the baseball well. That was fundamentally sound. Nice way to end the top of the fourth for Minot High defensively. Back on the sticks, leading by 6.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck, because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Financial plan or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Full day of baseball from Corbett Field today. Game 3 of 4, and we're halfway home. Middle of the 4th inning, now to the bottom half. Oliver DeShaw will lead off for Minot. They're against the legacy relief pitcher Aiden Rajkoski. Rajkoski pitched the 3rd inning, allowing 2 runs, and look at his game log as a pitcher this year, and he's just had trouble with Minot. Didn't allow a darn thing against the Century Patriots, but so far 6 runs in 2 outings against the Magicians. They're 2 giant games in the WDA. I think you look at the schedule right when it comes out and you pick a day, pick a game that got to see that one. How does it shake out? And I think at the start of the season, you definitely circle this matchup between Legacy and Minot, 2 teams that were in the championship game a year ago and expect to be, don't just figure to be, expect to be in the championship game. Again, lots of returning pieces. I know Legacy lost a few pitchers from a year ago, but what they brought back and what they found coming up has been very good. Talking about one of the best staffs in the West region, which always seems to kind of have a little better offensive success than the East. Those Fargo pitchers, they're on a pretty high level. Deshaw, another one for foul territory. Other games in the West region today, another very important one, at least just for standings. Bismarck and Williston. You don't want to call that like an elimination game because it really isn't. That one drops in left field. 2 foul balls that way by Deshaw, and eventually strains it out just enough. Lands between the lines. It's a leadoff single for Oliver Deshaw. And the 4th inning underway for Minot. 4 straight innings with base runners. Trying to make it 4 straight innings with scores. It's not an elimination game, don't get that twisted, between Bismarck High and Williston, but 2 teams that start out the year very well. Bismarck can pitch, Williston can pitch. Expect not too many runs in that game. But Bismarck and Williston, kind of those 2 bubble teams right now, outside of the top 6. The top 6 in the West is separated by 1 game. Williston right at the 500 mark, Bismarck 7-5, and it just seems like one of those teams need to gain some traction under their tires again. Bismarck got swept by these Sabres, a combined run differential of 2. Centuries at Watford City, Dickinson at St. Mary's. Keeping up with our theme of every game's a big one in the WDA. Even those that seem to be on opposite sides of the standings. Just never know, especially that St. Mary's team. I'm telling you, they're going to catch somebody off guard one day. Winless so far in the West, but Saints have been able to score some runs at times, just defense. Ball and a strike to Hiram Maples. Good to see the sun again. Beaming in the outfield. All kinds of water on the concourse. Everything dirt here to mud. 1-1 pitch. Maples out to left field. Routine play is made. Lewis with the catch, 1 out, runner on first for the Magi. And Campbell Miller up for a 3rd time already. He's the number 7 batter in the lineup. I think Minot High, 4th inning, 6 runs on this Legacy pitching staff. They have to be pretty pleased. Obviously, this game just halfway done, a long way to go. We also get a 4-inning shutout start from Carson Deaver. He'll be back out there for the 5th. Just keep cruising along. The pitch from Rykowski. Miller hits it in the sky, shallow right center, and Beasley will take that one away from the right fielder, Nate Heil. Heil shrugging his shoulders saying, that's got to be mine. I'm the outfielder coming in on the baseball. And you're just the second baseman. But Beasley makes the catch. Get the out in the end. That's what makes everything all right in the end. There's Tegan Schindler. gonna, beginning of the day, count how many trains, how many trains go by the railroad tracks out behind the outfield wall here at Corbett Field. And it's not that I lost count already, it's just that I forgot. But in what is now coming up on our 7th hour of baseball, and plenty more, expect to be here till around 9 p.m. tonight. I would say we've already seen 10. 7 hours, 10 trains. A lot of graffiti to look at. Judging some artwork out there. One the count to Schindler, and now a mound visit by, actually meeting in the middle, an old Diamond Rio. Catcher Cooper Johnson and the pitcher Aiden Rajkoski. Relief pitcher Ethan Urlacher got the start for Legacy today. Lunches 2 innings. Good that he was able to battle through that second inning. A nice way to end the start. I know it didn't go the way he wanted to, allowing 4 runs, but strike out Maples on 3 pitches. End the second inning positively instead of being pulled. I think that's a really good coaching moment there by Andy Streeter. He came out to the mound, took a long conversation, get the Rajkoski warmed up, but kept Urlacher in the game. Finished the job. 2-2. That'll be ball 3, blocked by Johnson. Skips in front of him. Runner goes down to second. Ball is into center field, but late getting up after the slide was DeShaw. He'll stay there. Still moves into scoring position for Schindler in a full count, 2 out, bottom of the 4th. A payoff pitch from Rajkoski. I know I've been a pitcher before. There's some tough innings, but able to end the inning instead of having to make that sad walk back to the dugout in front of everybody. It's a lot better. Be a walk. DeShaw took off on the pitch. Oh, he can stay there. Sorry, running back to second base. That's a walk. He's all right. Look at it like a heads-up play. You know, it was a full count with 2 outs, and you're always taught, especially with the force out there, to go on the pitcher's motion. And DeShaw kind of like jogged all the way to third. There was nobody behind him. There was no force out. He didn't have to run anyway, but does and advances 90 feet. Minot fine with that. He doesn't get thrown out. And now Trey Stewart is hit by the pitch. So a walk and then a hit batter loads the bases for a second consecutive inning. And a mound visit taken now by Legacy's assistant coaching staff. Nobody sent out to the bullpen just yet for the Sabres, but it has been a tough one for Legacy on the mound. Rain subsiding here at Corbett Field. Still, every time that ball gets spiked in front of home plate, still wet down there. But both Urlacher and Rajkoski have put a few too many free base runners out there for Minot High, and they've been capitalizing. No runs yet in the 4th inning for the Magi, but knocking on the door. There are 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning, despite what your BNC National Bank scoreboard says of 0. There are 2 down. The bases are loaded. It's a 6-0 game. Back to the top. 4th time around for Kellen Burke. This time he will see more than just 1 pitch. Story today for Kellen at the plate. 1 pitch. He tripled to lead off the game for Minot. And then it was intentionally walked and hit by the next pitch he saw. He's been on base 3 times. Timeout called by the catcher Johnson. Back on the rubber, pitching to Burke. More elite hitters in North Dakota. Just foul. Yeah, he was a 1-2 punch. I don't even know how you game plan for last year with Parker Hand. He was committed to play college baseball at the junior college level. The last season came to a close, and Burke following the same path. He'll be playing JUCO baseball in Kansas come next spring, Cloud County. Moves out of the way, ball 2. We also got a Trey Stewart. He'll be already committed to Bismarck State College. And I know Minot State's pitching coach Craig Schmick. I've seen him in attendance today. You know, he's going to recruit North Dakota talent out of the WDA. They've gotten 2 commits from Bismarck High. Burke, a long drive to left. Put 4 more on the board. Gone when it touched his bat. That was smoked. Into left field. Second home run of the spring for Burke. Pardon me, that's the 3rd. A grand slam makes it 10-0. It does make you wonder if you're a team on the rest of the schedule, do you even want to pitch to that guy? And I know there's not a lot of people that will understand what an OPS stat is or what a slugging percentage is, but if your OPS is 1,000, that's good. Through 16 games, if you're right at 1,000, that's good. When you're Kellen Burke and your OPS is what's got to be after that grand slam and a triple already today, 1,700 in 17 games, that is some phenomenal stuff. Two balls, no strikes on Easton Panasuk. As the base is empty, looking to start something here in the 4th inning with 2 outs. Rakoski having to battle through this 4th inning on the mound. You know, Legacy, it's their 3rd game of the week. Had 2 nail-biters against Bismarck High, and now it's just a question of, well, Rakoski, you're kind of the guinea pig out there. You're going to have to eat up a lot of innings. You just don't have the arms, or don't want to send out the arms in a 10-0 game like this, especially with the run rule looming. And this might only be the last inning. Legacy has to pitch. No reason to bring in a reliever unless, you know, things go haywire some more. But this will be the inning to finish for Rakoski, if not the game, coming up in the top of the 5th. Carson Deaver has a chance to close things down in the next inning as the pitcher. But for now, looking to get a few more good cuts in game 1. It's a ground ball off of Rakoski's glove. Tries to pick it up barehanded, lost it. Now Panasuk heading for 3rd. The throw goes high. Panasuk, he's just going to keep on running now. Gets into a rundown. Legacy will run him all the way to home. He's going to slide into the tag. And although he might have been safe, he's going to be out. 10-0 after 4. And the Sabres need 1 run here in the top of the 5th to keep this game going, or else Minot High picks up a run real short and win.
Into this. With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Fifth inning, and the run rule in effect for Minot High as they are 3 outs away from closing down a win against Legacy in just 5 innings. Kellenberg grand slam in the bottom of the 4th inning, made it 10-zip. And now Carson Deaver looking for a complete game shutout. He will be facing Legacy's bottom third of the lineup, Johnson and Johnson, and Nate Heil. And getting late in we're getting to our 7th hour baseball coverage, and I'm going to start making some not funny jokes. First pitch of the 5th. Hit back foul. Now Deaver has been efficient today. 66 pitches in the ball game. Swing and miss for strike 2. 67 pitches now. 42 for strikes. And he's been pretty good at the plate. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, morning, noon, and night for the first out of the 5th inning. And that is the 7th K of the day for number 7. 1 out in the 5th, and Legacy in a tough spot here in game 1. It just, from the start, has not gone their way today against Minot High. Now, there is a second game coming up next. That's a swing and miss for a strike. You have a second game coming up. You can try your best in a half an hour to flush this game completely. The rain looks like it'll be holding off. That will hit Harrison Johnson in the back. Jog down to first base, seems to be all right. Gives Nate Heil a chance. He was going to have a chance to hit anyway this inning. All right, his chance now is to keep this game going. Low for ball 1. Minot, 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, 4 in the 4th. Legacy yet to appear on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Pickoff to first, not in time. Johnson is safe. Left-handed hitting Heil, one of the best pitchers Legacy has on their staff. One of the better pitchers statistically in the WDA, and you've got another one of them right in that conversation on the mound right now in Carson Deaver. Deaver dealing today. Swing and a miss. Went a few rungs up the ladder and got Heil chasing. It always seems to work, that high fastball. Heil pitched 6 innings against Bismarck earlier this week, so we expect to see him just 2 days later against Minot. As for who we will see in game 2, I really don't know, because one of their other ace options, Cole Weick, he pitched a complete game against BHS. Pickoff move gets through the glove of Maples, and Johnson will stay at first, not wanting to run into an out. Legacy's got to protect these base runners as much as they can, but those pickoff moves, they can be risky sometimes. It's the other option for Legacy. They're a guy that has started plenty of games. Riker Zietz hasn't pitched in a week, so he's going schedule-wise. I assume they're going to call on him to pitch game number 2. Braxton Dolinger has already made a start, but we'll figure out who it is when we return. Called strike 3, went outside, got the call, the left-handed hitter. Strikeout number 8 for Deaver. 2 outs in the inning. And it will be Jack Juleson, the last chance for Legacy. at least in the 5th. Sabres, if they can score 1 run, we will keep playing. If Jolson can't reach base or anyone after him without that run scoring, Minot gets a run rule win. Not how you expect it to go in game number 1 between these two. We'll be battling for that number 1 seed throughout the rest of the remaining regular season games. So two weeks left. 2 full weeks left of the regular season before we head out to Williston. Jamestown and Dickinson right now occupying the top spot. Jamestown picked up 2 wins right here at Corbett Field earlier today. Got to 11 wins on this season. Dickinson in action today in Bismarck against the St. Mary's Saints. 2 wins, and they'll take over first place again. And either of these teams, if they got 2 wins, not just a split, but a sweep, looks a lot better for Minot High right now than it is for Legacy. That would help them create some separation between that group of 6. Pitch up and in at the ear of Jolson. That's not going to be the last down. It's instead going to be Burke throwing all the way down to second base. Catch him stealing, and the game is over. 10-0 Minot High gets the win. We'll break it down in the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. It's a 5-inning no-hitter for Carson Deaver here on the PSP Network. Postgame coming up next.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Welcome into the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. Number 3 today of this quadruple header WDA baseball on the PSP Network. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com. helping clients work towards financial freedom. Minot 10, Legacy nothing in a run rule shortened 5-inning game today from Corbett Field. So much to get into stats-wise, but let's take a look at some of the plays that shaped this one. Starting right away in the first inning, Carson Deaver did not have a problem with the Sabres really at all today, but the first inning was really the only trouble, I guess, for the Minot High defense as they would commit one error. Now, Legacy's live stats called it a hit. Minot's live stats called it an error. Everybody else in the building called it an error, and that's going to be key point later on in this game recap because that error kept Legacy without a hit in the first inning. It was Beasley who reached base. He went nowhere as Legacy was held off the BNC National Bank scoreboard in the first inning. Minot High would get a hit on the first pitch of the bottom of the first as Kellen Burke drove a triple into the corner into the outfield. He would lead things off for Minot High. Again, moving into that leadoff spot over the last 2 weeks has really been a good decision, I think, for Coach Stenberg and the Minot High Magicians so far. It worked out pretty well. He would lead things off with a triple. Easton Panasuk got an RBI ground out. That put Minot High on the board first, 1-0 after one. And then in the second inning, the rain coming down in sheets a little bit here at Corbett Field. Carson Deaver, again, nothing happening on the bases for the Sabres in the second, but Minot High, they would bring 9 to the plate in the second, score 3 runs, a lot of walks, as Legacy starter Ethan Urlacher had to exit after that second inning. 4 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts for Urlacher, getting the loss today in his 2-inning start. It was 4-0 Minot after that point. Deaver deals again in the third, scoreless. Minot comes up to the plate in the bottom half of that inning. They add 2 more runs to the board. 4th inning, Deaver does his thing. Bottom of the 4th, Minot gets the bases loaded for a second inning in a row with 2 outs, and Kellen Burke goes yard. A no-doubt grand slam over the left field wall. He knew it off the bat. Everybody, well, if he knows it, you know it. Get out your seat and watch that one fly. He had a bat flip that preceded his trot around the bases on a grand slam. 3rd home run of the spring for Burke. That made it 10-0. The run rule put into effect then in the top of the 5th. And Carson Deaver comes out. He does hit a batter. That was Harrison Johnson in the back. That was the lone base runner of the inning. And the 4th batter he was facing in the top of the 5th. Johnson was thrown out trying to steal second, and that is how the game did end. Carson Deaver, 5 innings of no-hit baseball, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, and now the major leagues, they call it in a shortened game. It doesn't count, but I think you still count it. Here in high school baseball, it's a no-hitter for Carson Deaver today, over 5 innings. Minot High's offense shows out 10 runs on 8 hits, 1 error. Legacy, no runs, no hits, 1 error in the game. Again, your winning pitcher, Carson Deaver, going 5 innings, 8 strikeouts, no hits, no runs. Losing pitcher, Ethan Urlacher, over 2 innings, allowed 4 earned on 5 walks. Hand out some awards. Let's start with the Sport Clips MVP of the game. Sport Clips, nothing makes you feel like an MVP quite like the MVP haircut experience. Check it online with hairstyles today at sportclips.com or using the app. No doubt about it, you throw a no-hitter, you got to be the MVP, don't you? Carson Deaver, but it wasn't just pitching that earns him this honor. Despite 5 no-hit innings in the win with 8 strikeouts, Deaver also went 2 for 4 at the plate with 2 RBI in the game and gave Hayden Bach a couple of good base running stats as well as his courtesy runner. But Carson Deaver, a 5-inning no-no and 2 for 4 with 2 runs batted in at the plate all around. Very nice day for the ace of the Minot High pitching staff in game number 1. He is your Sport Clips MVP of the game. As for the Magic City Home Leisure move of the game, just like a no-hitter automatically qualifies you for the MVP, I'd say a grand slam automatically qualifies you for the Magic City Home Leisure move of the game. Kellen Burke, round them all, score 4, give Minot a 10-run lead, and then run rule the Legacy Sabres in the top of the 5th. 3rd home run of the spring for Burke, part of a 4 RBI day, all on that hit. He would go 2 for 2 with a triple as well. 3 runs scored, was hit by a pitch, intentionally walked. Frankly, I don't think people are going to pitch to him anymore this season. That's how good he was today and has been all year long. The grand slam, your Magic City Home Leisure move of the game. Home to the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. 5 out of 5 star. Google rating with over 200 customer testimonials at Magic City Home Leisure. Well, that does it for game number 1. We still got a second game between Legacy and Minot High coming up. The final 7 innings of the day went to extras in the opener at 11 a.m. between Jamestown and Minot. North said, hey, we're in store for more than 28 innings of baseball, but with the run rule win for Minot, we're back on pace to broadcast 28 innings of baseball for you today. The last 7 coming up shortly after about a 15 to 20-minute break. It was only 10 earlier today, so who knows when we're actually going to go on the air for game 2, but stick around right here for our abbreviated Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. That's coming up after commercial break on the PSP Network. Once again, your final score for the final time in game 1 between the Sabres and the Magicians. Minot 10, Legacy nothing in a run rule shortened 5-inning game. A no-hitter for Carson Deaver as Minot High improves their season record to 13-5. Legacy drops to 10-7. That does it for our planning team financial advisor Shots Crossroads post-game show. See you in just a few minutes.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
An injury can happen anywhere, at any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents. In good times
and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
Time for Game 2 of this WDA baseball doubleheader. Game 4 of our morning, afternoon, and evening full of high school baseball on the PSP Network. Minot High and Legacy. After the Magicians won 10-0 in 5 innings in game number 1, they will turn to Tegan Strand for maybe a repeat performance from what they saw in game 1, a 5-inning no-hitter by Carson Deaver. All right, Tegan Strand, how do you follow that up? He's making his 4th start of the spring, 4th total appearance, and he came into today as the only stat qualifying pitcher for the Minot High Magicians, the only guy with enough innings to qualify statewide. He has 18 innings pitched, 2 wins to no losses, and an ERA at 1.56. Not too bad. How about this number? 24 strikeouts to 3 walks and a whip below 1. Again, all that over 18 innings and 3 starts this year for Tegan Strand. Meanwhile, the batting order in game number 2 of the day for Bismarck Legacy. It'll be a lot like game 1. Jack Jolson, Isaac Lewis, Drew Beasley, Riker Zietz, Carter Pearson, Cooper Miller, Brady White, Harrison Johnson, and Ethan Urlacher. Minot High defense we'll get to in just a moment, but it's time for first pitch of our 4th and final game of the day. Like you said before, if you were with us for first pitch way back at 11 a.m., or you're just joining us now, thank you for being here and enjoying a full day or an evening of baseball. First pitch of game 2 is a called strike, and we are underway. On the PSP Network, Legacy, the all-black uniforms, Minot High in the home white, maroon, and gold. And Strand, 2 pitches, 2 strikes, both called to Jack Jolson. Well, the Sabres probably had quite a conversation after that first game. 0-2, swing and miss. And Strand starts off hot. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and 1 gone to begin things in the top of the first. I say that because Legacy, they're a very good team, a well-coached team, and a great baseball program that's only been around for a couple years comparative to the rest of the WDA. They know what they're doing, and they know their expectations. Here's the first pitch now to Isaac Lewis, and that first game was not on par with the expectations for the Legacy Sabres, and they came into town. That's their 3rd loss to Minot High this year. And whether it was from not collecting a hit, whether it was from just the walks, whether it was from the 1 error they committed and kind of that odd play with Easton Panasuk rounding 3rd and how it almost got out of control. This is into the gap in right center, and a diving catch. Easton Panasuk. All the way out there in what you could almost call straightaway right. Panasuk, full out dive, makes the catch. Well, you can write it down in permanent ink. That is your Magic City home leisure move of the game. Now a ground ball to short. Deaver will throw. And it's a 1-2-3 first inning for Tegan Strand. A huge thanks to Easton Panasuk. Play of the game in the first inning. Now the Magi come to bat again in the bottom half.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control. But what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
Starting on the mound in Game 2 for the Legacy Sabres is Riker Zietz. Zietz pitching this year has made 4 starts. That's all 4 of his pitching appearances so far this spring. A 3-0 record, an ERA at 4.5, 7 strikeouts to 9 walks. So if there's really one thing to knock right there, it is the walk to strikeout ratio. But again, he's won 3 games. Legacy's played well with Zietz on the mound. His last start came against St. Mary's through 5 innings of a 10-4 Legacy win. Got into some early trouble. Gave up 4 runs in the second inning, but ended up figuring things out. Got some run support and got out of there with the victory. First pitch to Kellen Burke is a strike. And, well, we know what happened in game number 1 when number 3 was at the plate. Legacy does decide to pitch to him. I was just joking. But not a whole heck of a lot when you say, I don't really think you want to throw anything over the plate to Kellen Burke this season. Foul ball for strike 2. Zietz can really show up right here. It's a fly ball out to right. Has a lot of carry to it and keeps on falling into the corner. Burke does not hit the brakes at all. Rounding second into third, and I always thought it was so funny. I've never really seen a player who's played as much as Kellen Burke have more triples than any other extra base hit. It's such a hard play to make. You have to have that combination of speed and power, and it's got to be to a good gap. Like here in Corbett Field, if you hit it dead center 410, you got a shot. Anywhere else, not really. But that is the 10th triple of the season for Kellen Burke. And that play, if you saw him running the bases, instead of that ball camping out in the right field corner, he's just set on getting to third base. I don't know, it's got to be a mindset sort of thing. Swing and miss by Easton Panasuk. It's 0-2. Easton Panasuk, the highlight play of the day across North Dakota in the top of the first inning. Ground ball hit to second base, and he'll bring in another run by getting himself out. First inning of game 2 is starting exactly like it did in game 1. Picture perfect. A leadoff triple by Burke and an RBI ground out to second base by Panasuk. Minot high on the BNC National Bank scoreboard first. It's 1-0. Here's Carson Deaver. 2 hits and 2 driven in game number 1. And besides that, through a 5-inning no-hitter. The 0-1 from Zietz in the zone again. He hasn't missed very much. If at all, he has not thrown a ball in this outing. High hop to short. And bobbled, still some time to make a throw, but it goes offline. And Deaver will reach on the error by Legacy shortstop Johnson. Here is the Legacy defense, by the way, in game number 2. White catching, Beasley, Urlacher, Johnson, and Miller are your infielders from first to third. Here's another ball for Johnson, and he will flip to second base this time. That's good for out number 2. The relay to first, try and get the double play, will not happen. Running it out was Aiden Deal. Inning continues. Left to right in the outfield for the Sabres, Lewis, Jolson, and Eslinger. Still a runner on base. 2 outs for Oliver DeShaw. DeShaw DH in game 1. He does the catching in game 2. Reaches out also on the first pitch. Diving stop at third. The throw over to first is in time. Highlight plays all over. Cooper Miller now for a Legacy with a diving stab. Gets up and throws out DeShaw to end the first inning. Minot High gets 1 run after the leadoff triple. They lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, 1-0, second inning on the way.
We can tackle it. Dig It Up Backhoe Service. Site preparation, demolition, road building and grade raises, culvert installation, directional drilling, and every kind of dig. No job too big or too small. It's Dig It Up Backhoe Service. Find them online, digitupbackhoe.com, or call 701-722-3315. It's Dig It Up Backhoe.
Exceptional welders, carpenters, assembly technicians, and coating technicians. If you're right for Sun, Sun is right for you. Since 1939, we've been making quality equipment and parts for the oil field and beyond. We're world-class, family-owned, and all-American. And as our business grows, we need to grow our team in Newburgh, North Dakota. Sun Manufacturing offers great pay, great benefits, and a great community to raise a family. Apply today.
Game 2 off to quite a start between Legacy and Minot High. The Magicians have the only run of the game so far. That came after a leadoff triple in the bottom of the first by Kellen Burke. He was driven in by an RBI groundout from Easton Panasuk, but even before that, top of the first inning, Tegan Strand, the starting southpaw for Minot High, a 3-pitch strikeout, and then got some great help from the defense. A diving play, one of those Buxton catch probabilities of 2% by Easton Panasuk, but he made the play. And then Legacy turns a web gem of their own to end the home half of the first inning. Their third baseman, Cooper Miller, diving to his glove side, gets up and throws out to Shaw. Miller due up third here in the second inning. Sabres looking to scrape across their first run of the entire day. We're shut out 10-0 in the opening game. Riker Zietz, the pitcher, lays down a bunt. Charging it is Strand. Got a turn and throw, not in time. And that's the first hit of the day for Legacy. It's on a leadoff bunt in the second inning. Anyway on. Bring up Carter Pearson. Pickoff move back to first. Won't get Zietz. Ball 1 to Pearson. Carter Pearson this season, 17 games played, a .321 average. And a .788 OPS. Has 14 RBI. Legacy, a team that is one of the better in the offensive side comparative to the rest of the WDA. There's a foul ball. 1-2 on the DH in game 2. Strand comes set, third base side of the rubber. The lefty deals the left hand hitting Pearson. Runner takes off. DeShaw had it stuck in his mitt, and the throw well late. It'll be a successful steal for Riker Zietz, sliding into scoring position. Visit here between DeShaw and the pitcher. Legacy averages 7.3 runs per game heading into this doubleheader. That is tied for second across the WDA and tied with none other than Minot High. Minot has played in an extra game or two from the Sabres and have scored plenty more runs total, but per game they're identical, 7.3. Only Dickinson, the higher scoring team in the West, at just shy of 9 runs a game. We'll have some score updates as the night goes on from elsewhere across the conference. Here's a pop-up into foul ground. Splashes down in the mud. That's a souvenir I think the fans can keep today. Not going to want that baseball back. Full count to Pearson. Zietz has moved to second after the bunt and the stolen base. Pearson slaps this one into left field's foul ground. Right off the high fence in front of what's soon to turn into the party patio. A new look party patio, I've been told by the Hot Tots for this summer. I understand we might have some Larks fans watching today's game. Pearson out to left field. This is into fair territory and catchable by Burke. They'll haul it in. No tag from Zietz. 1 out in the second inning. Strand throws home, dealing with a lot of, I don't know what to call it, just a lot that can get you off guard as a pitcher. Zietz dancing around at second base. He's already stolen one. He's hopping back and forth. Line drive right at Deaver. Throws back to second, but it's too late. Zietz is back in safely. A hard hit line drive off the bat of Miller. He is caught. 2 out in the inning. Zietz still at second base. Brady White drops in for a strike. I like it. You don't see it enough in North Dakota. First pitch breaking ball. And now I know Minot High has a former professional baseball player as their pitching coach. So it's different. You wonder why Minot High might have the best pitching staff. WDA right up there with Legacy. Swing and miss. Held on to for strike 3 by DeShaw. And that stolen base to third won't matter because that is the inning. Legacy strands the tying run in scoring position. We've played an inning and a half of game 2. 1-0 Minot.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to the original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts
Let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account.
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
Today's broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Minot State University. More than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen to be heard by you and MSU. It's Minot State University. You will not believe how much of a battle it is for me to say that word, continuing their education at Minot State. I'm continuing my education at Minot State, and we're looking for some more people to join the professional communication department. We had a realization the other day in our classes. Let's talk about baseball a little bit more here. This is the bottom of the second inning, 1-0 Minot high lead. Tegan Schindler at the plate against Legacy starter Riker Zietz. Starts with the ball outside, 2-0. We were talking in one of the classes the other day. Our communication major, our communication department as they call it, at Minot State is not very big. One of the smallest on campus, but a pretty cool one. I'd think it's the coolest one out there. And I know there's not too many students around here interested in the area of broadcasting, whether it's sports, whether it's even print journalism. I know there's a lot of people, though, interested in the social media side. And that is becoming a big, big influence in the communication field. This will be a leadoff walk to Schindler. He's on base. Minot High back to work in the bottom of the second inning. We've played 7 innings of baseball now, and Minot has had a base runner in every single inning. First at bat of the day for Connor O'Donnell. Big right hand hitting first baseman. O'Donnell squares to bunt. I say he kept that around. So that'll be a strike. But to wrap up the story as quickly as I can, even though now it's spanned 2 at-bats, think of it like a basketball team or a baseball team. We're graduating a lot of people in that degree, making it a lot smaller. And looking for some incoming people to keep it afloat. I tell you what, if you have any sort of interest, it's a lot of fun, and it can take you a lot of cool places in the end. Be seen, be heard by you at Minot State. Also got a good basketball team you can follow. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Well, after the leadoff walk, and knowing what has happened so far for Legacy pitcher Zietz, this is a very important pitch, and he gets the strikeout swinging. Retires O'Donnell, there's one away. Now Drew Jordan, and this is kind of what we mentioned back in game 1. There's been a lot of lineup changes for Minot High. Kind of what we hinted at in the keys to the game segment. Keep it consistent. I think for Minot High, of course, I'm no state championship winning coach, but there has been a lot of activity when it comes to moving guys in and out of the lineup card. And playing it, there's a throw that gets away, a pickoff move. Schindler, he's not only going to advance 1 base, he's going to try to advance 2. A long throw into third is on the money. A dart from the first baseman, Drew Beasley. Throws out Schindler, trying to take 2 bases on the error. Legacy will be credited with 1 error, but they get that second out on the base pass. What a beautiful throw from Beasley. And now the bases are empty. Swing and miss by Jordan. Drew Jordan was playing second base for Minot in game 1, now batting in the lineup. And different where, you got your varsity group, and not many of them are going to play the JV games, which were earlier today. So you got to get them in, got to get them playing time, and I understand that. I guess I'm not really arguing anything in the end. It's just a little different. Swing and miss for strike three. Zietz ends the inning. The Sabres are back into it. It's a shutout inning for Zietz on the mound. Legacy can tie it in the top of the third. WDA Baseball, the PSP Network. Back after this.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here? That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
To introduce the fabulous edition of the Master Spas line, including the phenomenal Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools, swim spas, and saunas. Come see for yourself the outstanding lineup of Master Spas, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas, exclusively at Magic City Home Leisure.
Back at legendary Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. Rained all first game, and the rain has gone away here in game 2. And sun starting to set here in Minot. Hasn't been out a whole lot today. A lot of cloud cover. But as we get past the 7 o'clock hour in the Central Time Zone, third inning of baseball is about to begin. Tegan Strand pitching to the bottom of the Legacy batting order. And Harrison Johnson. Johnson will hit a ground ball over to Deaver at short. And that's out number 1. Something about good defense. You know, pitching command, I think, is one of the big separators in high school baseball. Obviously, if you got a team that can 1 through 9 count on to get a hit at any point, that'll help. But I think another thing is just defense. You know, a team that doesn't put 2 errors on the board each and every game is going to have a lot more success than a team that does. And teams like Minot and Legacy, so clean defensively, match up against one another and bring out that batting order for a key hit when you need it. And it was Minot that found it in the first game. This is Ethan Urlacher. Did not hit as the pitcher in game number 1, but filling in the number 9 spot in the order as the second baseman in game 2. Sees strike 3. A punch out for Tegan Strand. 2 away. First pitch to Jack Jolson, a swing and miss for a strike. That's how it foul. A train rolling through the outfield. Heading east, out of town. Corbett Field, the parking lot off of Burdick Expressway, which runs west-east across Minot. East side of town. That is a called strike. A breaking ball that Jolson didn't like, and not many in black and gold did. After 3 innings at the plate, Legacy still unable to bring in a run. They trail by 1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western. You can bank on us.
Approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
Trey Stewart to lead off the home half of the third for Minot High. Batters 9-1 and 2 do go up. Swing and miss for strike 2. Riker Zietz, an emphatic finish to the second inning on the mound. Got helped out by the defensive play. Oh my! Right back to him. Caught the comeback, fell out of his mitt. Knocked it down at least, and I know his heartbeat is pretty fast right now. Able to make the out, that was incredible. So one down, and now we'll face Kellen Burke. As I was saying before that wild play by Zietz. A foul ball to Burke. There's the 0-1. Missing low and in. Had that pickoff throw to first base that went wild. Goes down as an error for the Sabres, but Drew Beasley stuck with the play, threw out Schindler trying to take an extra 90 feet. That kind of boosted the confidence again after already one strikeout in the inning, and then Zietz on 3 pitches retired Drew Jordan, wrapping up the second inning. And it seemed like a bit of a shift there for the Sabres after a game 1 that just went so wrong. To game 2, and then they're still right around here in the bottom of the third in a 1-0 game, and getting a good start out of Riker Zietz, 4th start of the spring. Foul ball again, 2-2 on Burke. Playing left field in game 2. He'll catch, he'll pitch. And he'll call time. Two coming home. Rolling up the grandstand roof and then back down. We got another ball heading into fair territory. Burke grounds this over towards third. Foul again, a battle ensuing here between Zietz and Burke. Again up in the air. And out of room. It's catcher Wyke. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Zietz with 2 strikeouts in the game. Burke with a batting average well above 500. Burke will send this to right field. Eventually gets it to fall. Another hit for Kellen Burke. Now a perfect 4 for 4 at the plate today leads things off with 1 out for the Magi in the bottom of the 3rd inning for Easton Panasonic. A bunt popped up back to the pitcher. This could be 2. The Sabres able to get out of another inning. A runner on base, but a base running blunder helps out Legacy. Bunt pop up and the throw back to first ends the frame. 3 complete from Corbett. It's 1-0 Magi.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
Following the final out, we will have the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. They're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com, helping clients work toward financial freedom. After 3 innings, no runs on 1 hit for Legacy. That was a bunt single by Riker Zietz. He was left in scoring position that inning. Minot High, 1 run on 3 hits. And they have gotten 2 outs in the last 2 innings on the bases. Not where you want them. The 0-1 pitch from Strand is sent to the opposite field and going to fall. Isaac Lewis is aboard to begin the 4th inning, and I think it's about time for Legacy. Just sense it. They've carried a lot of momentum from their pitcher, Riker Zietz. Of course, that double play which ended the 3rd. And now it's going to turn into offensive success at some point. They're just too good of a hitting team. Drew Beasley a shot. He'll take ball 1. I think if it's going to come from somebody, it might as well be Beasley. Hits the ball hard from the left side. It's left-handed pitching Strand. He'll make a move over to first. And that will not get Lewis. Beasley in just 5 games played has hit .267. OPS at .656. Beasley went officially 0 for 2 into the first game. Reached on an error. Called, struck 1. Runner goes. The throw down by DeShaw is not going to get Lewis. Looked to be on time with the throw. Hop to Deaver in front of the base. And the move over to get the tag just took too long. And Lewis has a successful steal of second. Second time the Sabres have been able to steal against DeShaw today. That'll be a walk. Put a runner back at first. 2 on, nobody out for the pitcher Zietz, who seems to be walking with the most confidence for Legacy during this doubleheader. Zietz, the starting pitcher, he's limited Minot High to 1 run through 3 innings. Has the tying run in scoring position. Go ahead at first early on that pitch from Strand. Another one of those, almost that vertical break of about a foot. Maybe more. Another one of those left-handed. Looks like a slider because it, unlike that first pitch, it seemed to drop straight down. That one Cuts to the back foot to right-handed hitters. He's gotten that called for a strike a couple of times. Does again there. Working right ahead. 0-2 is Strand. Zietz into the air. Towards right center. Panasuk over. This time doesn't have to dive, but it is deep enough in the gap to tag, and Lewis slides into third safely. So Zietz does move up a base runner. First and third with one out. Legacy still a good opportunity for him. It'll be Carter Pearson to tie this game in the top of the fourth. See what Legacy does with Beasley at first in the running game. They've already stolen 2 bases on Deshaun. You're probably going to get one for free here without a throw. Lewis coming down the line at third. Deshaun definitely watching over the first base bag. Beasley waiting. You have a 2-0 count on Pearson. And at the same time, I think if this goes to 3-0, he might have just a better chance of walking and avoiding an out in its entirety. It will go to 3-0. And Pearson's got a red light now. .30 pitch from Strand. Up high. A walk to load the bases. A little bit of a delayed reaction by the Sabre fans. Thinking maybe that was a little closer. But no, that was at the letters. The top of the letters. 4-pitch walk to Pearson. Has him loaded. And it is Cooper Miller. Up high again. 1 ball, no strikes. Strand looking to pitch out of this jam. Fly ball center. Panasuk racing back. Still going back. Now turning, and he lost it. It's down. Extra bases for the Sabres. There's 1 run. Here comes another. Streeter waving in a third. Bases clearing triple for Cooper Miller. Finally, the Sabres break the seal. The deepest part of the park. It's 410 to dead center. And Miller hit that one all the way to the track. A triple that brings in 3 runs, and the Sabres can breathe a little bit. And now Brady White. 1 ball, 1 strike count, 1 out, runner at third, and the Sabres in the lead for the first time. Late, 1-2. Panasuk had to go full sprint back to it. It was a fly ball with a lot of carry off the bat of Miller, and that quick hesitation. Ground ball knocked down at third by Schindler. Makes a spin throw to first. Gets the out in whatever manner it needed. There's 2 away. And Miller stays at third. Just that quick hip flip by Panasuk. Thinking he caught up to it and having to turn around again. Lost a little bit of timing. Had to dive at the very last second. Couldn't come up with the fly ball, and it turns into 3 bases for Miller and 3 runs on the board. Life's busy. That's why they'll make managing your money easy at BNC National Bank. Find them online at bnc.bank. 3-1 Sabres on that BNC scoreboard. Harrison Johnson up for a second time in game 2. A new energy coming out of the Legacy dugout after a 3-run 4th inning. Chance to add to it still. Foul tip to the backstop. It's the last time they'll meet until the postseason. Legacy and Minot. Magi took the first 3 games, 2 in non-conference contests in Bismarck. A sweep on the Sabres home field. And a 10-run win earlier today. Johnson just going to want to take that swing back. A pitch that was bound to hit him. And puts it into foul ground, but still in the net. O'Donnell in the catch. Legacy the lead. 3-1 thanks to Cooper Miller A bases clearing triple in the fourth. 3-1 Legacy on the PSP Network.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Now you have been on the air for just shy of 9 hours today on the PSP Network. Non-stop baseball from Corbett Field, and it has been thrilling since the first pitch. First pitch of the bottom of the fourth is a ball from Riker Zietz to Carson Deaver. We have just about seen everything today. Extra innings in game one. Jamestown won in 9 against Minot North. Ground ball over Zietz. Playable at second base. Jump throw. Oh, we got some competition for the move of the game. Ethan Urlacher. Jeter style. Chandler Ryan Family Dealerships replay today. It'd be full. Now Aiden Deal after Deaver has a base hit stolen away from him. Bouncing ball to Beasley at first. Zietz, PFP, now over there to cover the base. Game two was a pretty regular baseball game. Not too much crazy happened. There was a late comeback bid by Minot North. They actually left the bases loaded, down 3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. So Jamestown escaped with a second game win there as well to sweep the Sentinels. Game one between Legacy and Minot High was a 10-run rule win, which was a very shocking result for the caliber of these two teams. And Carson Deaver threw a 5-inning no-hitter. And now in game two, we have seen phenomenal defensive plays. Panasuk in center, Urlacher at second. And not to forget that diving stop at third base by Cooper Miller, who also has the offensive highlight of the game. Ground ball back to Urlacher. This one a little more routine than the first one, but still a good play to end the inning. 3-1 Legacy gets the lead. They hold on to it. On to the 5th on the PSP Network. Sabres have some momentum rolling.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/familybirthcenter. Trinity Health, making more possible.
We've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Well, it started as Thursday morning baseball today. We went on the air at 10:30 a.m. It is now Thursday night baseball under the lights at Corbett Field as we get up to 7:30 p.m. 3-1 Legacy on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Top of the 5th coming up. Tegan Strand back on the mound for Minot. The only run-scoring play for Legacy came in the top of the 4th. A bases clearing, 3 RBI triple to dead center by Cooper Miller. And lit a fire under the Legacy Sabres. So I think did those strikeouts and the defensive plays earlier in the game for Legacy. Eventually was going to translate to offense, like we said, before they loaded the bases. And I will take the credit for being right. Due up in the visitors' half of the 5th inning. It's Ethan Urlacher. He made the Jeter-style play, and there's not much exaggeration in that. Going over from his second base spot, over the second base bag. Fading away from first. To throw to retire Deaver and get the first out of the 4th. Now he'll bat. Not to mention the final out of the 4th as well. Ground ball right at him. Oh-2 from Strand. DeShaw wanted it up high. Strand hit the spot. And the catch by Trey Stewart at second is the first out of the 5th. Today's game on the PSP Network also brought to you by the UPS Store, located on South Broadway in Minot, inside the Marketplace Foods Plaza for all your packing and shipping needs. Open Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 7, and on Saturdays from 8:30 to 3. There's a pop fly, another one for Stewart. Make that catch as well. Jack Jolson, his second out. For your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS Store. As Nick Holberg says, delivering this game to you. Makes sense? Isaac Lewis to foul ball for strike 1. And eyes on a score from the northwest corner of the state between Bismarck and Williston, a very influential game in the WDA standings. We'll tell you about how game 1 fared between the Demons and Coyotes when we come back. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Strand and the Magi defensively. Time to get back on the bats. It's 3-1 after 4.5.
Into this. With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
Financial plan or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Tegan Schindler to lead off the bottom of the 5th for Minot High at the plate. Into the later innings here of game number 2. Ground ball, that is just foul. That play could have been made there by the first baseman. But it bounced foul. Well, Williston picks up the win in game number 1 against Bismarck High. They stay above 500 in WDA play, and they are now tied with Bismarck High in the standings for 7th with game 2 in progress. The Coyotes took game 1 5-3. We have some great pitchers on the mound here in Minot today, but telling you, is probably right up there. I'd put him in the conversation of top 4 for sure, maybe even top 3. Tate Shaner of Bismarck High, Chase Collings of Williston squared off in game 1. And as you can imagine, they pitched very well. Got roughed up a little bit at times, but Shaner struck out 5 over 6 innings. Collings 6 over 7 innings. Both pitched a complete game in the end, but it was Williston that got the win 5-3 in the first game, and it's Williston that leads in game 2, now 3-0 in the third. It's a leadoff walk to Schindler. Minot High batting with a base runner to begin the bottom of the 5th. The Demons will be in Minot next week on Tuesday for their conference matchup right here at Corbett Field. O'Donnell trying to bunt. Misses. That'll be strike 1. Some other scores from around the conference that we'll find for you probably before the night is over. Or just to keep in mind, Dickinson at St. Mary's, Century at Watford City, and Jamestown took 2-2 from Minot North. And right here, Minot High looking for a comeback win to sweep Legacy. Zeitz will step off the rubber. Preparing for the 0-1 pitch to Connor O'Donnell. O'Donnell 0 for 1. He struck out. Lifts a fly ball out to left. Keeps on carrying back, and a few steps shy of the track, Isaac Lewis will make the catch. Well, he added the bases on the BNC National Bank scoreboard today, but the one thing that still haven't figured out is how to make that bottom of the 5th, because that's what we're in. It is not the top of the 5th, it's the bottom half. And Drew Jordan at the plate takes strike 1. Pickoff move to first, not going to get Schindler. Look how Legacy's defense is organized right here. You see, pull side to the left-handed hitter. Second baseman who has a lot more time playing deep. Well, that's Urlacher, and over at third, away from the batter, you've got Miller not only kind of hugging the foul line there, but also in where the brown turf meets the green turf. Two strikes now on Jordan. Jordan wants time, and he will get it. Tying run at the plate for Minot, bottom of the 5th. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Got him. Does Zeitz, 2 down. And now it's on Trey Stewart to keep this 5th inning alive for the Magi with that leadoff walk. Another pickoff to first, but another one that's going to hit the fence. Schindler this time will stop at second, tried to advance to third last time and got thrown out. He was hesitant around the base even, but I think Coach Stenberg was saying, hey, you got to watch. So he goes into scoring position on another Legacy error. The second one that has come on a pickoff move today. And now Stewart hits this to second. Backhand stop by Urlacher, sets his feet and fires. It's a first for the 3rd out. 3-1 Legacy remains the score into the 6th inning when we come back from commercial break on the PSP Network.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Tegan Strand warming up in the top of the 6th inning to face the Sabres again. Legacy a 3-1 lead. Minot scored 1 in the bottom of the 1st inning. It was just like how they scored in the 1st inning of game 1. Kellen Burke tripled to lead things off, and he was brought in on an RBI ground out to second base. Exactly how they did it in game 1 by Easton Panasuk. Legacy unable to get on the board in either game until the 4th inning of the 2nd contest. A 3 RBI triple by third baseman Cooper Miller. First pitch of the 6th inning is a ball to Drew Beasley. Beasley came back to Bismarck Legacy for this baseball season after spending the winter in the North American Hockey League. Line drive into right. That's a base hit. Played for the Minnesota Mallards of the NAHL junior hockey. And came back. He's playing in now his 7th game of the season. Sorry, 6th game of the season. Leadoff single in the 6th, and now a ground ball through. Back-to-back base hits for the Sabres. First Beasley and then Riker Zietz. Oh, this is how it went in the 4th inning when Legacy scored. One after another, one base at a time. Cooper Miller came up with the bases loaded of Legacy Sabres and drove them all in. There's Carter Pearson. He will show bunt. A pitch that misses for ball 1. The runners understand that that ball, they have to see it hit the turf before taking off. Minot has already been doubled off on a popped up bunt in this game. This is a popped up swing on the infield. Deaver taking charge as the shortstop and will catch out number 1. Well, the base is not loaded this time, but it's still Cooper Miller at the plate, and definitely a opportunity again. This time to add to the lead, not just take the lead, add to it. First pitch, hit to the pull side. Deaver in the hole there, has to make a tough throw. It's late, and it's off the mark. Infield hit for Cooper Miller. He does it again. Doesn't bring in a run, but gets on base and keeps the Sabres momentum going. Base is loaded for Brady White. Infield brought in by Minot with 1 out. Force out anywhere, miss outside. Swing and miss. I guess with the likelihood of a double play getting turned pretty low, and knowing that if Legacy scores another run, that would make now that middle infield will back up. Looking for the double play ball now are the Magi. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Now 0 outs. Obviously, yeah, they're going to bring him in. And middle infield looking for a double play here for Minot. It'll be a swing and miss, a strikeout. That will help a whole lot. Strand fans White. And there's 2 outs for Harrison Johnson. And no inning and no no sort of game which you want to leave the bases loaded. Minot North had the most heartbreaking one in game 2 against Jamestown. Left the bases loaded, all 3 tying runs in the bottom of the 7th. Foul tip for strike 2, and even with Legacy in the lead late in this game, you know what Minot High's done before today. 1 run, 2 runs, all 3 of them would serve the Sabres well. Mound visit by the catcher, Oliver DeShaw. Just a freshman out there. Talking to Strand. Strand, the senior starting pitcher for Minot. 2-0 record in 3 starts so far for Strand, but pitching while trailing. Line drive right at third. Well, he was in the right place at the right time. Tegan Schindler did not have to move a muscle to catch that line drive, and the Sabres do leave the bases loaded in the 6th. Was it a missed opportunity, or will they keep holding off the Minot High offense? The answer after this on the PSP Network.
Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Brevera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts
Let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account.
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
Top of the order due up for Minot High in the bottom of the 6th against Legacy starting pitcher Riker Zietz. It's Burke, Panasuk, and Deaver. Burke has gone 4 for 4 today, plus a walk and a hit by pitch. It's a ground ball to third. Miller time to make a throw. Goes to the sidearm slot and will retire Burke for the first time all evening. J.D. Streeter came out of the dugout there to talk to the home plate umpire. I don't know what it was about. I don't think there were any changes made defensively for Legacy in the last half inning. And definitely no pitching change. They're going to be riding with Zietz throughout this one. And Riker has gone 5 1/3, allowing 1 run. That came way back in the first. 3 Minot High hits. Pops the glove there for ball 1. Struck out 3, walked 2. 58 pitches, 44 strikes for Riker Zietz today. There's another one swinging. It's Panasuk to chase. 2 strikes on the number 2 batter. We're at number 2 playing center field. Outside. Sabres fans vocal about that. Thought it was close. I like it. We got a good crowd for baseball today from Corbett Field. Pitch to the backstop now. Full count to Panasuk. The payoff inside and low. A 1-out walk has the tying run now at the plate in the 6th inning for Minot. It will be Carson Deaver, your Game 1 Sport Clips MVP. 2 hits, 2 driven in, and a no-hitter on the mound. So far 0 for 2 in Game 2 as the shortstop. Deaver on the season hitting .354. We got a pickoff at first. Panasuk thrown out by Zeitz. And both Panasuk, he's trying to argue that, but he will be out. No challenge here in high school ball. Base is empty. There's been 2 errors on pickoff moves by the Sabres today. Gutsy to throw over there again, especially with the speedy Panasuk if another one gets away, but saved up the good one for that one. Now a strike on Deaver, focused on the batter. Quick ground ball to second. Urlacher didn't get the glove down. It goes off his leg and into center field. That was a sharply hit ground ball to him. And it seemed to like pick up speed a little bit. And again, not too many ground balls going to change direction off the turf, but just kept getting faster and faster, and Urlacher didn't get the glove down. That'll be the 3rd legacy error of the game. And it keeps the 6th inning going for Minot. Gives him an extra shot, and Aiden Deal an opportunity. Cleanup hitter with a .942 OPS. Another pickoff move to first. Oh, goodness. Deaver and the first baseman over there, Beasley. I don't know if Deaver thought that ball got by him or what, but there was a little bit of a shove. 1 outside to Deal. The pitch. In front. Deaver stays at first base. Nice swing by Deal, but it's a fly ball that will grant enough time for Jolson to go back and make the catch, wrapping up the 6th inning. An out on a pickoff move to first. Slows down a little bit of momentum there for Minot in the 6th inning. Legacy goes to the 7th, still with the lead. It's 3-1, been that way since the 4th on the PSP Network.
Approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
To introduce the fabulous edition of the Master Spas line, including the phenomenal Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools, swim spas, and saunas. Come see for yourself the outstanding lineup of Master Spas, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas, exclusively at Magic City Home Leisure.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Press Switch Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Also, Ryan Family Dealerships. At Ryan Dealerships, the commitment and respect for their customers is as strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference when you visit one of the 5 locations in Minot or Wilson, or shop online at driveryan.com. Well, camera angle sure looks nice. Top of the 7th inning, Legacy a chance to add to their lead. One last time for hoping to close things out and get the split here in Minot. Tegan Strand pitching the 7th inning for Minot. It's a pop-up off the bat of Ethan Urlacher, and it's caught at third by Schindler. 1 out in the 7th inning. Well, around that 4th inning, and really, what was it? They had the bases loaded. The 6th. Tegan Strand's been pitching very well today for Minot High without too many issues. There's a ground ball, 2 hops to Deaver at short, sitting on it, and throws to first. Legacy thinking that O'Donnell's foot came off the base. It might have momentarily, but he got back in time for the 2nd out. For Strand today, 6 2/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks. All 3 runs came in on a triple by Cooper Miller. Isaac Lewis goes out to the right center field gap. But that's in the range of Panasuk. As quick and easy as it really could have been for Tegan Strand there in the top of the 7th. He's done all he has been able to do. That 1-3 RBI triple is the only runs for Legacy. Strand is looking for 2 from his own offense. In the bottom of the 7th, last 3 outs, and for a Sabres win.
Making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go. The team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck, because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Well, it has already been the longest outing of the season pitching-wise for Riker Zietz. And he's working on his first complete game as well. Needs 3 outs. Ground ball, tough one for Urlacher. Gets up and throws in time. Oh, that is out number 1. And a close play at first, and Coach Stenberg on the third base line is not too happy with the call at first. DeShaw grounds out to second. Urlacher knocked it down, bobbled it again, threw to first, and it was in time. One out for Tegan Schindler. That is a tough one for Minot High. Would have been a great leadoff. Go to work with runner on base, tying run at the plate from then on, but now it's 1 out. And running out of lives. We're in the 7th inning. Schindler hits that one foul. 2 balls and a strike. Zietz went 5 innings against both Williston and St. Mary's in his last 2 outings. Those were not complete games, but has gone 6 1/3 today in Minot. Another foul. Even count, 2-2. Zietz has struck out 3. They have been some influential strikeouts, though. A pop-up for the infield. Johnson gives way to the left fielder, and Lewis catches it on a slide. That looked like Harrison Johnson's ball the whole way, but yeah, give it up to the outfielder, bring it coming in on the fly ball. It's kind of what Minot High discussed earlier in the game, a play similar. And Lewis makes the catch, sliding in. 2 outs. And in at bat here as a pinch hitter for Hiram Maples. Maples was in the starting lineup in game number 1. Hit a very hard line drive to second base. Had a hit taken away by Beasley. Now comes up as the last chance for Minot in the 7th. Inside. 3 balls, no strikes. If Maples can get on base here in a 3-0 count, Minot has another pinch hitter lined up. That's in there for a strike. Tegan Strand, the pinch hitter, not. There's a swing and miss strike too, but we got to worry about this at bat right now. Zeitz battling all the way back from 3-0 to full. The payoff pitch, looking to win it for Legacy and get the series split. Just below the zone. So not necessarily a pinch hit, but the pitcher will come in for the DH. Strand was hit for as the pitcher. He went all 7 innings on the mound for Minot in game 2, and now he will get a chance to hit. And the Magi, I think, are calling on a pinch runner. Maples gets on base with the walk, and the Magi will bring Remington Anderson off the bench. Now Coach Streeter out of the dugout for Legacy, talking to his defense. Takes a lot of pride in that defense he coaches. Talking through the situation here, where Strand might hit this. Force out at first or second. How would end the game? The first pitch, low. Strand this season has only come up to bat 19 times. He's 3 for 19. Has had a lot of success at the plate, but now it'd be a timely hit to give Trey Stewart on deck a chance. Tying run at the plate for Minot. The 1-1 pitch from Zeitz. Grounded to short. Johnson on it to second. Ball game. The Legacy gets the split in game 2, a 3-1 win. Riker Zeitz, the complete game W for the Sabres. The 3 RBI triple is the game winning, the go ahead, the everything hit for Legacy by Cooper Miller. And we will break down this game further as part of the planning team financial advisor Shots Crossroads post-game show. Putting a bow on our 10 hours of baseball broadcast today from Corbett Field.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
All right, welcome into the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show number 4 today from Corbett Field, wrapping up a full day of baseball from the Magic City and legendary Corbett Field. Legacy wins the finale 3-1 over Minot High. It was a game of not a whole lot of offense, but one hit changed the entire complexion of the game in favor of the Sabres. And throughout, great pitching, great defense, to just an overall great second game between Legacy and Minot High. Let's recap it, going back to the first inning, right at the beginning. Minot High, their starting pitcher, Tegan Strand, one of their best. 18 innings over 3 starts, coming in at an ERA in the 1s and a WHIP below 1. And so Legacy, well, you knew there wouldn't be too many base runners, and there really weren't in the opening innings. 3 innings scoreless for Strand. He got 1 run of support in the bottom of the first, and it just so happened to be the same way that it happened in Game 1. A Kellenberg leadoff triple, followed by an RBI ground out to second base by Easton Panasuk. Minot High went up 1-0 after 1, and then that score held all the way through the third until the 4th inning. But along that road, really the second and the third inning, Riker Zietz, Legacy's starting pitcher, he started making some plays, and so did his defense. Cooper Miller, a diving stop at third. Beasley over at first, making some plays, throwing out base runners from first base. And then 2 strikeouts in the third inning by Zietz really seemed to change the momentum for Legacy, especially after losing Game 1. Remember, 10-0 in 5 innings. It seemed like a big offensive play was on the horizon for Legacy, and it was in the 4th. With the bases loaded, Cooper Miller hits a fly ball to straightaway center field. Panasuk races back. He had already made an insane catch that's probably going to be your move of the game later on in this postgame show, out to the right center field gap. This one took him all the way back to the warning track, that 410 sign in dead center, and got down. And the race around the bases ensued, and the Sabres brought in all 3 base runners. Miller settled into third with a bases-clearing triple, giving Legacy the lead at 3-1. And from then on, Riker Zietz just carried that throughout the next 4 innings of his start, blanking Minot High from the second all the way through the final out, as Legacy unable to add to their lead, but they did just enough on that one swing of the bat with the bases loaded to go up 3-1 and win it by that final score. Legacy did leave the bases loaded in the 6th, but Minot High just did not have enough traffic out there. More exceptional plays defensively. That Jeter-style play by the second baseman, Urlacher, sticks in your head for this one. And, of course, Riker Zietz, the pitching, 3 strikeouts in the game. Did walk 4, but only 2 hits over the course of 7 innings, and that 1 earned run way back in the first, as Legacy takes Game 2 by a 3-1 final score. All right, let's hand out some awards now. Starting with the Sport Clips MVP of the game. Nobody makes you feel like an MVP quite like the MVP haircut experience at Sport Clips. Check it online with the hairstylist today at sportclips.com, or use their app. This is a tough one because obviously mentioned Miller. He made that great play at third base and, of course, had the go-ahead hit, but maybe we'll save that one for an award later on. I think Riker Zietz today, 7 innings, 1 earned run. Gotta love the pitchers. He allowed 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, and even though he had more walks than strikeouts, just the pitch count comparison today, 84 total pitches, but 57 for strikes. Just 27 missed the zone for Zietz today. That was pretty impressive. He really helped build the momentum for Legacy, turn things around from that Game 1 10-run loss. I know that one didn't feel very good, so to get a start like they did from Zietz after that leadoff triple really just didn't allow much at all. Just 1 hit after that leadoff triple in the game, in fact. And the following play, the RBI ground out. Really nothing after that allowed by Zietz. He's your MVP of game number 2. As for the Magic City Home Leisure move of the game, lots of nominees. We already mentioned them in the game recap. I still don't think there was a better play than Panasuk's catch out in right center field. That was more towards regular right field. I mean, you got to give that one a lot of credit for the catch that he made. Probably the best highlight play, athletic play of the day. But as for the move of the game, the one that meant the most when it came to determining the final score, it's that bases clearing triple the only scoring play of the entire day for Legacy, is able to clinch them a Game 2 win way back in the 4th. 3 runs batted in on the 3-base hit by Cooper Miller, part of a 2-for-3 game. And he won it right there for Legacy, as well as the defensive effort as well. So give Panasek his credit for the catch that he made in center, and give Cooper Miller his credit as well, and the move of the game for the game-winning hit in the 4th inning as the Sabres pick up a win in the second game. Bounce back very well, a lot better than I think it probably could have expected from that 10-0 Game 1 loss here in Corbett Field in Game 1. All right, that does it for our very abbreviated Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show, and this about does it for our coverage of 4 baseball games from Corbett Field today. What started at 10:30 a.m. with the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. We had a doubleheader between Minot North and Jamestown. The Blue Jays sweep that one. They moved into a tie for first place with results pending the rest of this Thursday. And, well, this split between Minot High and Legacy will help Jamestown quite a bit and kind of keep their distance in that spot ahead, I do believe. I've got to check the updated standings, but I think the Blue Jays were the biggest movers of the day with that sweep. An extra inning win against Minot North in Game 1, and definitely a nerve-wracking win in the 7th inning against the Sentinels in Game number 2. Follow that up, Minot High just hammered down a 5-inning no-hitter by Carson Deaver in Game 1. They put up 10 runs, plus the exclamation point, the grand slam by Kellen Burke in the 4th to win Game 1 10-0. Legacy takes Game 2 3-1. The Sabres, with the win in Game 2, improved to 11-7 overall. Minot High falls to 13-6. The Magicians are in action next on Tuesday and home against Bismarck High. That will be a very interesting one. Obviously, Bismarck coming off of some tough results this week. Those 1-run losses to Legacy and a few close losses to Williston. So far today, they have won. I haven't checked the final score of Game 2 just yet, so don't take my word on if they lost that one or not. I don't know for sure, but you're going to get a hungry Bismarck team coming into town on Tuesday. I don't believe we have coverage of that one, but we do on Monday. Minot North hosting Williston on the PSP Network. That's our upcoming broadcast. But I'm going to make it official. That does it for your Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. For our great crew putting on today's show on the PSP Network, kudos to our cameras for staying on for 10 hours in the rain out there in the outfield. A big thank you to them. I'm Owen Patterson, repeating your final scores for the final time. Minot High in Game 1, 10-0 in a run rule shortened 5-inning win. Legacy 3-1 in Game number 2. The Sabres and Magicians, teams you probably should expect to see in the late rounds of the WDA tournament coming up in just a few weeks out in Williston in the later rounds. They split this conference series in Corbett Field today. Again, join us on Monday afternoon starting at 4 p.m. with the Valvoline Oil Change pregame show as Minot North takes on Williston. First pitch at 4:30. Another full week of baseball, softball, and even some soccer on the way as we turn the page now officially into the month of May and the closing stretch of the spring sports season. Hopefully you join us then, but until then, have a good night, everybody.
The nuances of cutting men's hair.
Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here.
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you.
This presentation on the PSP Network.
The nuances of cutting men's hair.
Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair. Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here.
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by